Well, good morning and welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for the second day of the Roses clash between Lancashire and Yorkshire in the LV County Championship. As you can probably see over my left shoulder and between Phoebe and I, it's raining. And it's a pretty glum and grim sight here at Emirates Old Trafford. The covers are on. It's been raining hard overnight and there are showers forecast through the morning. Hopefully, though, the forecast is a little bit better through the afternoon, and we should, if it stops raining, then perhaps play will be possible a little bit later on today. No official word at all from the umpires as yet. Phoebe, let's have a quick word from you. What about yesterday's events then? Very topsy-turvy day in the end.
It was, yeah, and a great day to come back to four-day cricket, really. I think a lot of the boys have played in the 100-ball format, but to come back and to put on that opening partnership stand from Wells and Jennings was phenomenal. They seem to have gelled as a unit throughout the year, and amazing to play this big derby header and create that start for Lancashire. And you were telling me the tales of the ball event getting wet halfway through the innings.
Well, that was Josh Bohannon's fault. He hit the Don Best for four through a square cover, and the ball got wet in the covers, and that precipitated a change in the ball. And that's when George Hill took all his wickets.
Yeah, so George Hill obviously came in at the end from, I think it was 46 balls.
41 balls.
41 balls, took 5 for 5.
Yeah.
Finishing with an amazing 6-wicket haul. But really, like you say, topsy-turvy, turned the day round for Yorkshire and has turned it into what will probably be a very competitive game of cricket. Yeah,
Lancashire 272, I think, for 8 at the end of the day's play, and they were looking like they were going to be nudging towards 400, 450. Now, if they get to 300, that'll end up a good first innings for them.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were pleased for the end of the day to finish yesterday. Rather than getting an all-out 8 down ended up being a result. But like you say, it looked like they were going to go on and score 400, 500. But in a way, it might shorten the game to 3 days here at Emirates Old Trafford. So it really puts on for a really great game of cricket between Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a good point, because obviously we're not going to get a full day's play in today. And the game needs to move on quickly. Lancashire need to win all 3 games, including beating Surrey in the last game, to stand a chance at the championship.
Definitely, and they've been in such form across the 4-day tournament that it's a shame that we haven't seen more results go Lancashire's way and for them to go over the line. So I think it'll be a really tactical game now for how they can win in 3 days, and that's what's going to add that extra element of competition for both teams.
The plus point, of course, is that those wickets falling late on yesterday is that there is something in this pitch that perhaps the bowlers didn't think there was going to be through most of the day. And Lancashire playing 2 spinners in this game as well. So Lancashire will be hopeful of being able to bowl out Yorkshire twice.
Definitely, and with the weather as well, that also adds to the extra spice in the wicket and hopefully movement of the ball. So yeah, I think there's good chance that Lancashire can definitely bowl Yorkshire all out.
OK, Phoebe, thanks very much for the time being. As the rain continues to fall here at Emirates Old Trafford, we'll endeavour to bring you up to speed with any advance in play if and when the rain stops and the umpires get out to the middle. In the meantime, we'll show you some highlights of yesterday's play, and then after that it'll be Beyond the Boundary with Rob Key.
Hill responds to Jennings' ton with 6 for 26. In what looks like a 2-horse race at the top of Division 1, Lancashire are the determined outsiders, sitting in 3rd place and not quite cut adrift yet. And if there's any fixture to get the blood pumping and spark a September charge for the title, it's this one. Yorkshire are in town, a Roses clash resuming the LV County Championship season at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire won the toss and decided to bat. Yorkshire on top with the ball early on, led from behind the stumps by Johnny Tattersall, captaining his first county championship match for Yorkshire. With the first hour dispensed with, Lancashire started to find some fluency, and Wells and Jennings' partnership grew. Yorkshire's control had slipped. Lancashire were now on top. Wells and Jennings unperturbed, and the score reflected their comfort at the crease. Wells climbed into the bowling of Bess. 6 launched down the ground, but the spinner almost made the breakthrough. A chance off the next delivery, shelled. When they strolled off for lunch, the score was 90 for none. The first session belonged to the hosts. Wells brought up his half-century with a single off Ben Code after the break, a 450 of the season for the Lancashire opener, as he and Jennings continued to set a good platform for the hosts. 100 was up with another single off Code, this time from the bat of Keaton Jennings, who swiftly joined Wells on a half-century. He's scored off 119 balls, another landmark in a season littered with them. The two openers refused to be separated, marching on despite all of Yorkshire's best efforts and bringing up the 150 from 292 balls. It wouldn't be long before both men were hunting hundreds, but after more than 60 overs of trying, Yorkshire finally picked up their first wicket. Wells, out for 84, caught by a diving weight in the leg side off Hill. Bahanan stayed with Jennings all the way through to tea. Lancashire on top on 181 for 1. There was a moment of history shortly after the resumption. With the single off Hill, Jennings moved to his century, his fourth first-class 100 in as many innings in the Roses clash. He flicked the same bowler off his hip for 4 to take Lancashire to 200. The Red Rose on top, the White Rose yet to bloom in this match. Bahanan took a shining to the bowling of Don Bess. 3 fours in an over quickly took the value of the partnership to 50. But Yorkshire responded. Jennings out to the next ball, bowled by George Hill for 119. Another excellent knock brought to an end. Things started to go the visitors' way. Bahanan out with a score on 248, slapping a catch to debutant Finlay Bean, who did well with a tough chance. George Hill was the man with the golden arm. Villas out for 2, caught one-handed by a diving Cola Cadmore. And Hill had his 5 for soon enough. Croft out via another Cola Cadmore catch. Hill with every single wicket so far. Make that 6 for him, once again combining with Cola Cadmore to see the back of Balderson for a duck. Code then got in on the act. Tom Hartley, LBW for 3. And Tom Bailey followed, out caught behind for a first baller. Lancashire clung on for the remaining 9 balls. A bit of a slump after their excellent start had seen them slip from 231 for 2 to 272 for 8 at the close. They'll hope to make their way past 300 on day 2, but after the opening day at Emirates Old Trafford, it's probably the visitors who head home happier.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former Director of Cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories, working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players. And it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history. And I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire. Yeah,
I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach. And I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true?
Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom.
I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching. So there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think you'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary.
It is.
Great credit to him
and playing as well as ever this summer.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and actually when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here. And in many ways, they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world, with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role. And
when you were in that role, at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up?
Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. And I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to, I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind. Even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows. And hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope. And I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent. And that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. Yeah. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
A huge area,
the whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your one or two highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. You know, the amount of cricket they've played. And my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. But you can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
Absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Saqib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. It might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently? And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So,
and is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as two-pronged. You absolutely your responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have a responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these two things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong. We're not going to get into that debate, I don't think. But it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to... I mean, ultimately for championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. It's really, really going to be... It's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more championship cricket spread through the summer. We, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April. And the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match.
Yeah.
So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer, I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad, better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, and you know there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket, and you know I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But I would, and this is me talking. I would think about, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket. Yeah. And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50-over that reinvigorated the game, which was great. Yeah. And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it's time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job is to support
appeared very
that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy, and it, you know, but whatever. I guess I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, you know, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, you know, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, you know, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise the way we took this uptick. But our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, you know, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time. And you know, then you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, you know, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, there's always been you know, one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice with 2 T20 World Cups coming up to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup or a World Cup. We knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to number 1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years, focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And, you know, barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, yeah, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly you know, an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
yeah, it has.
You know, I played in 81.
Yeah.
So, you know, both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And yeah, huge historical importance. but because of that, they almost become watershed moments. You know, the fallout from the last series, again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes, because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now, you know, we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes, you know, there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think, going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult, I think, in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year. Instant
success.
Yeah. And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
It's an interesting point. I mean, the public demand success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? You know, they don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years, because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire, and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, you know, and again, you look at where you've come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, you know, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think, you know, I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. You know, I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still, but it's I love cricket. It's, you know, it's an amazing environment to work in, but you know, we'll see what the future has in store.
So, having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching director of cricket work, what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport, or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now, I'd like to have another go at coaching?
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, I've got some time to do that thinking, but you know, when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, well, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. You know, it's a sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lord's for the Test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, you know, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but you know, I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are, you know, the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy. But I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed. And who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This.
So we've just been listening to Ashley Giles speaking to Paul Allott. Welcome to our commentary box. Look at Jonathan Doidge in the background there, just chilling out on the floor. Look at that, working hard. Working hard, Doidge. Yeah, you just take it easy, mate. Phoebe Graham's alongside me. Thank you for the coffee, by the way, Phoebe. Very kind.
That's all right, not a problem.
I'm afraid we've no particular update in terms of the status of play. I mean, is it still raining? I mean, the covers are still on. I think it is still raining, quite lightly. With no kind of word yet with regards to any potential start time, anything like that. The full covers are on, and the start to this second day has been delayed due to rain, which is quite frustrating because it was entertaining yesterday. I mean, it was a bizarre day. I mean, 2:30 for 1, and then 2:70 for 8 at the close of play. What a turnaround!
I know, it felt like Lancashire were going to go on and score big yesterday, score 500 runs plus, but there was just that turning point in the game, and George Hill bowled absolutely phenomenally for Yorkshire in, let's call it the second half of play. 5 wickets for 5 runs in his last 41 balls. So, yeah, turned it around for Yorkshire, and I think now that we'll have a shortened 4-day game, it'll actually turn out to be a very, very competitive game of cricket, which at one stage looked like it was going to be a runaway for Lancashire.
Yeah, Lancashire were dominating at one stage. They had a great opening partnership, Jennings and Wells, and then 180 without loss, and then 230 for 1, and then 270 for 8 at the close of play. Jennings 119, Wells making 84. I don't know whether you mentioned this in your conversation with Paul at the start, but that was a 4th successive century for Jennings against Yorkshire. So no one's done that before. In Lancashire, Yorkshire, Roses matches, for either side, no one's ever got 4 centuries consecutively. So Jennings is the first person to do that. I mean, he's in outstanding form this year, isn't he?
I was going to say, he's been on absolute form this year, and him and Wells, the partnership that they have and the gel that they have up front to create those foundations for Lancashire has just been fantastic, and that's why we've seen so many big runs posted by Lancashire this year in the 4-day games. I was saying earlier, it's a shame that there hasn't been more wins for Lancashire, because I think we need to win the next 3 games in order to qualify, which really, in hindsight, looking back, those starts that both Jennings and Wells have got the team off to, you'd have thought that we'd be in a stronger position going into the back end of the season.
Keaton Jennings in the county championship this year, 13 innings, 946 runs, 4 centuries, his highest score of 318, and an average of 72. You'd take them numbers, wouldn't you?
No, it's not bad, that, is it? I'm sure he'll be absolutely chuffed with that. And he's also played exceptionally well in the T20 format and adapted his games to get off to quick starts. So he really has played out of his skin this year, and just shows how adaptable he is to the different formats and really come into his own in this 4-day format. And I think when England are calling for those top order batters at the moment who can score runs, I know there's the style of play that they're looking for, but he's certainly knocking on the door at the moment and posing those questions again.
Well, they tour Pakistan, don't they, next? And his 2 test centuries for England have come in the subcontinent, in Sri Lanka and India. So come on, Phoebe, would you have him on the plane out to Pakistan?
Well, yeah, he's a man that plays spin exceptionally well, and out there with the ball turning and the way that he plays this sweep shot, the reverse sweep, he could really dominate the Pakistan side. So I think it's definitely a player that I'd have in contention, particularly with Bairstow out now with his freak industry. Brooks just got his chance at the moment, so there could be places up for grabs, particularly with Crawley not scoring particularly well, but they seem to talk about Crawley and his style of play, the cannon style of play that he's looking for. So yeah, I think there's definitely space in the team for him.
I suspect if I asked Keaton that question, he'd be slightly more diplomatic with his answer. Like,
oh, definitely.
I'm not thinking about it. Yeah, that type of thing.
I think as a cricketer, you've got to stay so humble, because it's such a humbling sport, and you don't know what the next 3 knocks could bring you. But if he remains in the form that he's in, you can only keep asking the question, and consistency brings you to the forefront.
So we're still waiting for play here then on day 2. So Lancashire 272 for 8. In fact, this is not the only place where there's rain around today. So Hampshire, Northamptonshire, that's been delayed due to rain. Somerset, Gloucestershire delayed due to rain. So only one other game in Division 1 taking place, which is Kent against Essex, with Essex 352 for 4 in Canterbury. And the 3 Division 2 games are all in play. Derbyshire against Durham. Derbyshire 306 all out, and Durham in reply of 4 without loss. Glamorgan against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 308 for 7 in their first innings. And Nottinghamshire against Leicestershire. That's been lively at Trent Bridge, hasn't it?
I think they haven't quite moved away from the 100 ball format. The fact that there's 2 teams all out in the first day was just ridiculous, really.
Yeah.
I think everyone was quite stunned by that game of cricket. But yeah, not so. 48 for none now. And going into day 2 of the 4-day game, which you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, lead Leicestershire by 156. 93 all out, Leicestershire. Fletcher got loads of wickets, didn't he, I think, for Notts yesterday?
Yeah, I was chatting to Fletcher the other day. He's obviously been in and around the Trent Rockets and been doing a lot of net bowling. And he said it's the first time that he's never been in a side and not made the starting 11. And he said it's difficult because there was no way that he could argue with the starting 11. So I think that hunger in his games obviously transpired through into the 4-day game because he's just been waiting to get out onto the pitch and play some cricket.
Imagine a revved up Luke Fletcher coming in, running at you and bowling at you. Blimey, that'd be a sight, wouldn't it?
I know.
He picked up 4 wickets, 9 overs, 4 for 23 in that game at Trent Bridge. So, yeah, that's been quite busy. Phoebe, your last month, how have you enjoyed it then? So you part of the originals team in the 100 and played towards the back end of the group stage as well.
Yeah, it's been an amazing competition. The 100's just probably the most incredible tournament that I've ever been part of. The audiences that we were getting at games, I think over 10,000 fans was the average on any women's domestic game. And the setup that we had at the Manchester Originals was just phenomenal, really. The talent and array of players, Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston, DeAndre Dottin, Leah Tahu, just training around world-class performers. And I think that's where, although not making the starting 11 for the first 4 games, it gave me that hunger and was continuously developing my game throughout the sort of 4-week training playing block, and was really pleased to get that opportunity to step on the pitch at Edgbaston and here at Emirates Old Trafford.
There's quite a few players, both in men's and women's 100 this year, because they're quite big squads, aren't they? And you've got a relatively condensed competition with not too many games. So the players are ultimately, some are going to miss out, aren't they? So were you thinking that might be you this year, or were you always pretty optimistic at some point you're going to go?
I think I was always reasonably optimistic. I think prior to my season starting, I was hoping that I'd be in with a chance for the starting 11, but not having the most brilliant domestic first half of the season, I knew how important it was how I was training and playing throughout that 100 tournament. But like I say, when you're bowling at Lizelle Lee, DeAndre Dottin in the nets, you've got to have your line, you've got to hit your length. And throughout the tournament, it was more and more challenging for them to face me, and that's how I managed to creep my way into the team. So I was always optimistic because I knew I had the belief inside myself, but you definitely ride the highs and lows of sport when you're getting told you've not made the 11 and keep working, but it is that positivity, and it shows that hard work does eventually pay off.
And it got right to the end of the group stage, didn't it, for the Originals trying to qualify. You had to beat the Oval Invincibles here in quite an emphatic way in that last group game. Was it you had to win within a certain time frame, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, so we always knew we had to win and win well because our net run rate wasn't particularly great with how the table racked and stacked. But I think the Oval Invincibles posted 160, and we would have had to have chased those downs in 72 balls. So we would have been absolute heroes in itself. Lizelle Lee got 72 off, I think, about 35 balls. So went at some rate and showed the class that she is as a player. But no, we fell around 20 runs short. And I think in a different scenario, if it was just we had to win, that would have been a very different game. But we lost a few wickets playing shots that we were trying to be super attacking from ball 1. So yeah, it was a shame not to win that game, but with that mindset of both winning and winning well, I think we almost left ourselves too much to do in that final game.
And the competition itself, how much did you just broadly speaking? I'm speaking, I'm sure, amongst players. How was it reviewed again this year? Second year of it.
I think particularly in the women's game, it's just gone down an absolute storm. I think the audiences and the fans that were coming to the stadium to watch say it all. I remember last year playing at Headingley, and at the end of the game, I'd say about half the stadium was full. So you felt that atmosphere towards the end of the game. This year, we went to Headingley and about half the stadium was full, and you finished in a full stadium. And that's the difference. People are now coming to watch the women's games. They know the big stars. They know the Kate Crosses, the Lizelle Lees, the Sophie Ecclestons. And it's a real shift in how people are viewing the game. And I think it's only getting bigger and better, and the standard's going to keep progressing year after year. So, yeah, it's been amazing. There was big challenges on the boundary size is too small in the women's game. But what we saw were competitive games of cricket, and nearly every game went to the last 5 balls, which just shows how brilliant this format is for the women's game.
There's a bit about on that, the boundary sizes, because does it take away the ability for batters in the women's game to work the ball around, to engineer 2s and 3s when you've got boundaries quite tight in? Because the boundaries in the games I watched, when 6s were hitting, they were going way beyond the boundary, weren't they? Is there a case for it to be pushed out a little bit more, do you think?
I think so. I think now that majority of the women's game, particularly in the UK, is professionalised, and women are able to dedicate their time and efforts to be more powerful, to hit the ball harder, to clear the ropes, there is that argument of a bigger boundary size. I think as well then it enables the nerdlers of the game to be able to manipulate the balls for 1s, for 2s. And I think it was DeAndre here when she was clearing the second tier of the stadium, and you think at that stage, is there a little bit of adjustment that needs to happen? Because I think it's probably about 10 yards in or 15 yards in from the men's boundary. So could we go somewhere in between? Because it was really difficult to hit 2s. I think if we looked at the number of 2s in the men's game versus the women's game, particularly at grounds like Emirates Old Trafford where you do run a lot of 2s, I think that will be the answer as to whether we need to change the boundary sizes. Because in this format, you do get caught on the boundary a lot, regardless of male or female. So I think it is that 2s, and maybe be looking into that for the competition.
Yeah. And obviously, I'm assuming the Invincibles were the worthy winners in the end?
Yeah, definitely. I think they had the most clinical side throughout. They had a lot of power up front, so Ishmael bowling 75 plus miles per hour and using bouncers as variations to really put batters on the back foot. And then they had some new upcoming spinners come into their attack as well. So Small came from nowhere, Western Storm player, played 2 domestic games of cricket, 17 years old, and took 8 wickets in 7 games. Really, really great player. And then they had a strong attack as well. So they had Bates, who performed, Winfield Hill, who'd come from the Superchargers, who also scored, I think, over 200 runs. So the mix and their dynamic was spot on, and everyone performed for them. So for me, they were definitely the clinical winners. It was interesting with the Brave that got to the final. I didn't think they were the second best team of the competition, but I think they're so used to winning down south that those moments where they got very close, they knew what they needed to do. Had the Anya Shrubsoles, the Lauren Bells that have played a lot of finals. So hopefully with more competitive games of cricket, the likes of Manchester Originals, Trent Rockets will start winning those games and those moments.
And you mentioned Western Storm there. It's back to Thunder now, isn't it? When you're back in action.
Yeah, so we go down to Northamptonshire to take on the Sunrisers on Friday, then down to the Ageas Bowl on Sunday to take on the Southern Vipers. So 3 games left, and our final one here next Saturday at Emirates Old Trafford against Western Storm. So it'll be brilliant to finish on with a home game, and particularly here at Emirates Old Trafford, which is always very special.
Cool, great stuff. Phoebe with us throughout the course of the day. When eventually we get some play, Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds and Kevin Howells and Paul Allett all with us today. So looking forward to some live cricket eventually at some stage, hopefully not in the too far distant future. But at the minute, no sign at the minute of any play. The covers are on. It looks a bit squelchy. Some of the players are going for a coffee.
Yeah, I think it's the Lancs players now. It was the Yorkshire players about half an hour ago. Right. So coffee updates throughout the day, depending on how the weather fares.
It's a lovely coffee shop. Right, we will leave you with the latest edition of Beyond the Boundary. This is Paul Allett in conversation with Rob Key.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career, or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did, well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I loved doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up. In a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely. But it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media, you sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that
what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times, when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do that is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. Mm. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Broady. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
actually.
Was that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we go, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on. Yeah. Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties and in terms of play?
Yeah.
But also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see. But you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing. And you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts, and he plays with Stoke, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I, we've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-fers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. Like Gleeson.
Mm. That's been miraculous, the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as ex-director of cricket thinking, finally we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played, that was great. He did it against India in that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for, generally. Yeah. It should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition, and for my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final, all without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released, grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. And a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something that's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward.
Yeah.
And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? You know, what do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you know, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good, and what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now, you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review. And at the moment, where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes. Yeah. So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be the
easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team. And we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captained England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly. And it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up. You know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection. Yeah. Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection and who is going to do that and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector. And what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were. Because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this long enough. Who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked, it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got
every scout they have
people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's not quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go at pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I'm got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, you know, and people, I said, you know, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket like a lot. It seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. You know, as I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, you know, because without that, you haven't got an England team really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll safeguard, do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, you know, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. You know, and we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And you know, it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
Rob Key in conversation with Paul Allott on the latest edition of Beyond the Boundary. You can see there quite exciting development in an inspection at 12:15. Jonathan Doidge is alongside me. That's good news, isn't it? Hello.
Hello, Scott. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And thanks as well to Ralph, who's in the back of the box today for the first time, for giving us the heads up that we should be on air, because frankly, you and I were just sitting there feet up, weren't we?
Yeah, we were.
Glass of champagne as usual.
Yeah,
you know.
Top producing that from Ralph. Well done, Ralph. Thank you for that. 12:15 inspection. I don't know whether that means we're going to start imminently, but I mean, you can see there on the screen it looks a lot brighter, and the covers are being removed. The ground staff working hard, and they're peeling away the covers. So I think we're obviously going to get some play, and hopefully in for a decent afternoon.
We should be. It should be. I mean, it's kind of really nicely poised now, isn't it? After that bit of a comeback by, well, a lot of a comeback by Yorkshire yesterday afternoon, 272 for 8, and you start to think of scenarios here. I know the pitch has been covered, but a lot of water got on just off the square. That'll be fairly squelchy. I know they super sop it and all of that these days, but it's still going to be got into the top there, so it might be a little bit difficult fielding wise. There's going to be some moisture around with the ball, and we know what happened after a ball got wet yesterday. That changed the game, didn't it, really, with the change of ball and that George Hill spell. And so, as I say, thinking about scenarios, Lancs down to the last couple of batsmen. Can't, you know, we don't know what they're going to yield between them, but if Yorkshire do manage to whip them out quickly, that might sort of work in reverse, because it'll be difficult starting up on this pitch with some moisture around today for the Yorkshire top order batters. So they're going to have a challenge on, I think, either way.
Yep, I think so. We will bring you further news from that inspection just as soon as it happens. But 12:15 is when the umpires will take a look, and it is certainly looking an awful lot brighter, so I'm sure we'll get some play. And fingers crossed that the rest of the day looks pretty clear as well. Those cloudy skies beyond the hotel and the pavilion, I wouldn't be too concerned by them. I don't think they're coming our way.
No, it's much better than it was earlier. It looked set in, didn't it, for quite some time. I think, well, it depends on which forecast you trust the most, but there is theoretically some more to come in the final session as well.
Well, let's hope not. Because it's set up nicely, isn't it, for this second day of the Roses fixture. So we'll leave you with the news at 12:15 inspection, and as soon as we hear anything with regards to a start time and overs remaining in the day and all that carry on, we will let you know. Fingers crossed for some good news soon.
take another person's step forward. Ah, here we go. Here come the players. George Lavelle and Will Williams heading out to the middle for Lancashire. And eventually we're going to see some play. Day 2 live across the BBC Sport website and app. And Lancs TV eventually seeing some play on day 2 of this Roses fixture. So we've had to wait a couple of hours for it. But thankfully, conditions have improved sufficiently to see some play get underway, which is excellent news. Ben Code looks like he will get things going for Yorkshire from the Jimmy Anderson end. And Lancashire, well, they're probably going to fall short of what they expected to get at one stage, but we're looking to try and get to at least 300, you would think, and then give themselves a chance of that extra bowling bonus point. Of course, more runs the merrier from a Lancashire point of view. For Yorkshire, it was a terrific fight back, wasn't it, yesterday? George Lavelle got through 40 balls towards the end of play before losing his before getting to the back into the dressing rooms with with Lancashire 8 down. So here we go. Ben Code to George Lavelle to start things up on day 2. Forward press away into the offside. There's no run. Scott Reed and Jonathan Doidge with you for the first half an hour. And then Paul Allett and Phoebe Graham and Kevin Howells. There's plenty of voices for you today to guide you through the day's play. 76 overs left in the day. So tea will be at 3:25. So just to confirm these playing conditions, tea at 3:25 and a minimum of 76 overs to be bowled. Code into Lavelle. Just dropped away into the onside. There's no run. There's an enormous pile of sawdust there, isn't there? We just saw that on the screen. As Lavelle just popped the ball away. Look at that. It's a big pile of sawdust. It looks. I mean, I don't know how much it rained overnight, but it certainly rained quite heavy this morning. The ground staff peeled away all the covers. Had to get the outfield up and running, but well, we're playing. That's the main thing, Doji.
It's absolutely huge. It's quite astonishing in every sense of the word.
There's Code into Lavelle, and that's left and through to the keeper, and there is no run.
It's an enormous one. Oh my word! It's an enormous one.
It's a big pile of sawdust. We welcome listeners on Sports Extra to this coverage.
Who said that?
He said what?
That commentary. It's an enormous one. Oh my word, it's an enormous one.
Mate, I don't know what you're saying most of the time. So I've got no recollection of that whatsoever.
It's good that you know your commentaries from down the years.
I don't know what day of the week it is. There's Ben Code into Lavelle. Oh, that loops away into the onside. Not sure how much bat was on that. Yeah, there was. Just a little bit of bat. Loop away towards the leg side. There's a yelp of catch it. Tattersall comes from behind the stumps to field. So a run for Lavelle, the first of the day. He moves to 18, 273 for 8.
Important job for these two to do as well, because they could just niggle Yorkshire, who might be hoping to whip the last pair out pretty quickly, last pair of wickets. And so, you know, that thing that tailenders sometimes do annoyingly of hanging around for a while can just frustrate you, maybe get Yorkshire slightly on the down mode at the start of the second day.
Go to Williams, who's in behind it, and he defends up towards mid-on, and there is no run. You spoke to George Hill, didn't you, last night, Jonathan?
I did.
Was he a happy boy?
He was very happy. He's quite understated, you know, quite even keel. So don't dwell on it too much when you have a good day, and don't get carried away like these sports people do when you have a great day. And it was a great day for him, wasn't it?
Honestly, yeah, it's a magical spell of bowling, wasn't it? Code to complete the first over of day 2, and that's defended by Williams. Out towards Don Bess in the covers, and there's no run, so 273 for 8.
Interestingly, in these days of variation after variation after variation, he said, I just ran up and tried to bowl the same delivery each ball.
Okay.
Just hit the same spot each ball. So it seemed to work quite well. Whether it was hitting the same spot or not, I'm not entirely sure, but
what's your treat?
Seemed to work pretty well. And he got, I mean, his fielders were with him, weren't they, as well? TKC with a couple of belting slip catches as well. You need that. We saw the drop by Stephen Patterson in the morning session. One of those where I think everybody in the ground would have backed themselves to catch it, but sometimes that happens. And then when George was on, he got some reward from some good snaffles. So Jordan Thompson, the man that makes things happen. Let's get that one in before the first ball that he delivers on day 2, and that's flicked into the leg side. Matthew Waite will bend and do the fielding. You'll note that Adam Lythe is out there at second slip.
Ah, good news.
I did ask last night what the situation was. There wasn't a straight answer as to precisely what had happened, but I was advised that he would be okay to bat, and there you go, he's out there fielding. Got the bins trained in on him, see if we can see anything facially after that knock yesterday, but can't see too much from this distance with mine, I'm afraid. You can't afford the sort of bins that you can on your BBC salary, as Jordan Thompson's next delivery is pushed to Matthew Waite, and there is no run. You'll get them provided by the Beeb, you know, commentators' bins. whereas we freelancers got to go out and buy our own, which is why mine are kind of 1935, something like that.
No, I bought mine was a Christmas present actually, a couple of years back.
Thompson again, and that is pushed back by George Lavelle. He's 18 off 47 now. Don Bess shines the ball. I had a chat with him this morning, asking him about the head injury he suffered a couple of weeks ago at Scarborough, and he said that the ball, the fielder throwing the ball in, it's one of those where the batter wouldn't have expected it to be anywhere near his head. Fielder gets it wrong, and he put a bit of power into it, hit Dom on the back of the helmet, and you think of, you know, poor old Phil Hughes, that sort of scenario. Thompson in, good delivery, and he has the wicket. He has made it happen in his first over on day 2. 273 for the loss of 9. George Lavelle feathers one through to Jonathan Tattersall, and he's out for 18.
It's a beauty, isn't it? Oh, lovely ball that was. Real gritty little knock from Lavelle last night. Kind of got through, didn't it, towards the end of the day, hoping that maybe he could capitalise on it on day 2. But it's a beauty of a delivery from Williams. It's angled in, held its line, and then edge off the bat into the gloves of Tattersall. And Lancashire 9 down. And having done so well late on last night, I guess the last thing Yorkshire want, as you touched on, Doidge, is a kind of an irritating couple of partnerships here.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, yeah, first and foremost, you wouldn't want that. You want to whip out the tail and get in and bat well.
Yeah.
But then you think about what the ball's just done off the straight there. And as I sort of alluded to earlier on, they could end up being in here in, you know, more bowler-friendly conditions than we saw for much of yesterday. And having a tricky old time of it. You don't have to cast your mind back too far to a tricky day here at Old Trafford for Yorkshire in red ball cricket, do you? That, whatever it was last year, 22 for 6.
I think it might have been 7.
7, yeah.
But I didn't want to dwell on it too much. Matt Parkinson, the new batsman.
Counselling sessions have just about finished now.
Good, okay. It's a beauty from Thompson. So Parkinson, last man out for Lancashire, joining Will Williams. It's a bit different to what he's had over the course of the last month, isn't it, for Matt Parkinson, with 100. I'm not sure how much he would have batted, actually, for the Manchester Originals. Probably not often, if at all.
Harry Duke has just run the drinks on, by the way, and I think it's a happy birthday to him today. Check that out. Jordan Thompson over the wicket. Bowling here to Parkinson. There's a thud into the thigh pad, drops into the leg side. And Finn Bean does the fielding. There is no run. So I was mentioning Don Bess said he took the ball on the back lip of the helmet where the protector goes around the bottom of it. So, you know, for all those comments about helmets that we used to hear, we don't hear it anymore, I know, but that just goes to show how valuable they are, because who knows how bad that injury might have been had he not been wearing it at that moment. Parkinson pushes Thompson's last ball of the over back to him. That is that for over number 98 then. It's a good start to the day for Jordan Thompson, his first wicket of this Lancashire first innings, first wicket of the match. 1 for 54 off 17 for him, 273 for 9. I'm just going to pop off and do an update for BBC Humberside.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, if you're missing the first day of this Roses game, then we saw a really intriguing story unfold, because Lancashire made such a solid start. There were 180 for the first wicket between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Wells 84, Jennings out for 119, his 4th successive century in consecutive innings for Lancashire against Yorkshire. He's having an outstanding year, closing in on 1,000 runs, averaging 72, Keaton Jennings. He's Lancashire's opening batter in the Championship this season. Code into Williams, that's eased up towards mid-on for no run. So it was a really good start, and then Lancashire went from 180 for 1 to 230 for 1, and then from 230 for 1, well, it's now 273 for 9. And the the man responsible for it is George Hill. He had an outstanding spell, 11 overs, it was 5 for 18. Finished in the end with 6 wickets yesterday, 6 for 26 his figures. Williams comes down the pitch to Code, that's worked away to the leg side, and there is no run. So that fight back by Yorkshire. So the game kind of swing from one side to the other. Lancashire's bright start, set by the 2 opening batters, and then Yorkshire fighting back in the latter part of the day. The change in the ball seemed to help Yorkshire, but of course that's part of the game, and they made the most of it, and Hill bowled beautifully. And now it's 273 for 9. 3 slips in play, says Code, bowling. And that's angled away by Williams to the man who got all the headlines yesterday, George Hill. And he fields, and there is no run. So there's plenty of double figures in this Lancashire card. Sorry, single figures. Villas 2, Balderson 0, Hartley 3, Bailey 0. 12 for Croft and 18 for Lavelle. The batting card dominated by the top 2. Code in from the Anderson end, over the wicket, down the pitch comes Williams. It'll shuffle forward and just drops the ball into the offside. And Dom Bess fields for Yorkshire. And there is no run. At 3 bonus points for Yorkshire and 2 for Lancashire from the match so far. Of course, if Lancashire get to 300 inside 110 overs, that will get them another batting bonus points. I mean, the way it's such a peculiar first day, because it gained 3 batting bonus points yesterday. That's left by Williams and through to Tattersall. Looks an absolute certainty, kind of minimum standard, really. I suspect Lancashire were looking at batting once and batting big, and scores of 450, 500, but the game changed through the course of that opening match, and it's left us with interesting potentially three days of cricket. Final ball of the over coming up, the 99th of the Lancashire first innings. There's Code striding in, balls nudged away towards the leg side where Jordan Thompson fields, and there is no run. And that's a maiden for Ben Code. 16 overs for him now, 5 maidens, 2 for 20, 273 for 9. But yeah, quirky looking batting card, dominated by the top 2, Wells and Jennings. And contributions from Van and Lavelle's gritty little 18, but lots of single figures in there, and one bowler in particular, Hill, kind of dominating that card.
Yeah, right. I think you're right what you say about George Lavelle, actually. I mean, who knows how important those 18 may be come Thursday, as Jordan Thompson is in and Parkinson pushes up to Matthew Waite at mid-on. Wickets tumbling all around him, and he stuck around for a while. At least he chewed up another 40 odd, nearly 50 balls, adding a few himself. So into the 100th over here. Yorkshire, of course, picking up their bowling points, which did not look likely, did it, midway through yesterday, having got just the 1 wicket for long enough. Jordan Thompson in, and that's flicked nicely to leg by Matt Parkinson. Finley Bean, who'll be now turning his thoughts, I'm sure, towards what's going to be awaiting him with the bat out there. He does the fielding, and they're back for 3. Adam Lyth as well, following that blow in the face. Still can't actually get to the bottom of, I've not watched the footage back, whether it hit him on the full or whether it bounced up and hit him.
I think it deflected off his fingers. Right. That was the view from the guys downstairs as well, that it kind of flicked off his fingers onto his face.
It's Jordan Thompson tries a short one this time, and Williams happy to watch that go by. Had a chat with Matthew Fisher as well this morning.
Okay.
Asked him if he fancied venturing up to have a chat with us. Should have asked you first, shouldn't I? That's
not
very impolite of me not to do that. Here I am announcing that live on air. But
well, with loads of Lankies,
he said, if I'm bored.
Okay, right. Is that much of a temptation for him?
He was sitting around in the breakfast bar with Harry Duke and with Matthew Revis and Jack Shutt. As Thompson bowls to Williams, who shoulders arms. And he said, if I'm bored, I said, you prefer the conversation of this trio? to Scott and I and Phoebe and Paul Allott.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said, well, you're that much older than me, Dodge. I just, the connection between the generations, I don't get that.
That's what he said. Oh, dear. Well, it'd be lovely if he popped up. Quite
Yeah,
like that.
he might do that. If he's bored. You'll
If
know
he
he's
gets
bored if he
bored,
walks
yeah,
in.
yeah.
Jordan Thompson in, Williams solidly behind it, pushing to Matthew Waite at mid-on.
With quite a few Lankies in the commentary box, so I think it's worth, albeit Phoebe Graham is kind of footing both camp. She's an adopted Lancastrian. I'm taking her as a Lancastrian now. She's one of ours.
She might say that, just pure diplomacy, but
Okay.
we know the truth.
Right.
Phoebes. We know the truth. She's not denying that, you see, is she, to a Yorkshireman? She's not denying that. You can't have your foot in both camps, can you? Paul Shaw, what's all that about? There's Jordan Thompson in, shouldering arms there. Will Williams, end of the over. That's 100 bowled in this Lancashire first innings, 276 for the loss of 9 wickets. Born in Yorkshire, forever Yorkshire.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
You weren't so far off, were you, Burnley?
No, I suppose it's quite east to the county.
In the eastern
yeah.
reaches.
Yeah, fair enough. 276 for 9. There's rain delay in Southampton. Hampshire taking on Northamptonshire, and that's currently delayed due to rain, with Hampshire 273 for 6 in their first innings. Short leg in place. Parkinson's on strike. That's nudged up towards mid-on by Mike Parkinson for no runs. Yeah, Will Frayne under the helmet at forward short leg. Whispering into the ear of Mike Parkinson. 3 slip fielders. Caller Cadmore. We took a couple of really smart catches at first slip yesterday. In that position again today. His code is into Parkinson. Asking for an LBW. Oh, he's given it. Well, it took a while, but the umpire decided after consideration that Parkinson is indeed LBW for 3. And that is the end of the Lancashire innings. 276 all out. No wonder there's plenty of high fives amongst the Yorkshire players, because lots of contrast to the kind of first half of the day, where Lancashire dominated with the bat, or at least 2 batters in particular did, and then Yorkshire come fighting right back and have got Lancashire all out for a total below 300, which at 2:30, 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon would have been, well, looked almost impossible really, with the way that Wells and Jennings were batting. So a brilliant fight back.
Yep, excellent fight back. A bit of that psychological momentum to take with them, if you will, when they come back out, or 2 of them do at least, and we think that's going to be Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean for his first-class debut with the bat. There'll be a few nerves a-jangling at the moment. He's got about 10 minutes to get himself padded up and back out there.
Yeah, this is the card in full then for you. So it's Luke Wells caught by Waite off the bowling of Hill for 84. Jennings bowled by Hill for 119. Josh Bohannon caught by Bean off Hill for 27. Croft caught by Caller Cadmore off the bowling of Hill for 12. I mentioned those slip catches by Caller Cadmore at first slip. Picked up 2 of them. In fact, 3 of them. And all were terrific. All really smart slip catches. Croft first for 12. Caught by Caller Cadmore off Hill. Villas for 2. Caught Caller Cadmore again off Hill. And George Lavelle was caught by Johnny Tattersall off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 18. George Balderson caught by Caller Cadmore off the bowling of Hill for 0. Tom Hartley, LBW to Ben Code for 3. Tom Bailey caught by Johnny Tattersall off the bowling of Ben Code for 0. And the final wicket was Matt Parkinson, LBW to Ben Code for 3, leaving Will Williams not out on 0 from 20 balls faced. So 276 all out inside. Was it
100.2 overs?
Thank you. And the bowling figures: Ben Code 16.2 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 20. Jordan Thompson 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 57. Matthew Waite 11 overs, 3 maidens for 41. And Dom Bess 26 overs, 4 maidens for 92. Steve Patterson 13 overs, 4 maidens for 32, but it was Hill who was the star of the show. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 26. Standout bowling figures by the Yorkshire youngster. And the kind of collapse for Lancashire: 180 without loss, 230 for 1, and then 276 all out. It's all ended pretty quickly, so that's how we stand at 276 all out. Take a look at some of the scores elsewhere in the county championship. I've already mentioned that rain delay. Hampshire against Northamptonshire. Hampshire 273 for 6 against Northampton. Hampshire are second, with Surrey top and Lancashire third, but the gap's quite significant between Surrey, who are top, and Lancashire, who are third. It's not insurmountable, but they're going to have to win the 3 games, Lancashire, and they play Surrey last, but they're going to need some slip-ups along the way from both Hampshire and Surrey. Surrey not playing in this round of fixtures. So Hampshire 273 for 6 against Northamptonshire. Kent have got up to 400. Sorry, Essex got up to 400 against Kent. Matt Critchley 90, making 90, the top scorer in the innings so far. 411 for 7. Essex in their first innings in Canterbury, taking on Kent. 411 for 7, Essex. And the other Division 1 game is the Cider Derby between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 343 all out, and Somerset 42 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 343 all out. And the Division 1 scores in Division 2. Derbyshire against Durham. Derbyshire 306 all out, and Durham 79 without loss in reply. Glamorgan against Worcestershire 374 for 7. Worcestershire in their first innings. And a bizarre game at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are playing Leicestershire, and Notts were 201 all out, and then Leicestershire 93 all out in reply, with Sam Evans making 50, and then another player into double figures. 4 wickets for Luke Fletcher, and now Nottinghamshire second time round are 118 for 1, with Hasib Hamid 54 not out for Notts. So that's a lead of 226 for Notts at Trent Bridge. While we wait for the change of innings, let's bring you some news that Lauren Bell has received her first international T20 call-up as Catherine Brunt is rested. So this is pace bowler Lauren Bell has received her first international T20 call-up, while Catherine Brunt has been rested for England's 3-match series against India this month. Bell made her test and one-day international debuts earlier this year. England's leading T20 wicket-taker Brunt has opted to miss both the T20 and the one-day international series. Nat Siver will continue to lead England in the absence of the injured captain Heather Knight, and England are playing 3 T20 games and 3 one-day internationals against India from the 10th to the 24th of September. And just scanning that England team, there's a couple of Thunder players in there as well, and Northern Diamonds, of course, in Nat Siver, Kate Cross of Thunder, and Sophie Eccleston of Thunder, also in that England team. And there's a full kind of report on the squad in full on the BBC Sport website and the app. And I spotted something else just a few minutes ago as well, which was Marnus Labuschagne has signed a new 2-year deal with Glamorgan. It's Australian batter Marnus Labuschagne has agreed a deal with Glamorgan for a further 2 seasons, which is nice.
He was also signed a helmet that's in my spare room at home from the Stokes Test at Headingley in 2019.
Nice. How have you managed to get that? Or should I not ask?
No, I was given it. Do you want this helmet?
Yeah. Oh, right.
After the players had cleared off after the game.
Tremendous.
You might be able to guess who used to work in the Headingley dressing room at the time. And he said, this has been, they've left it behind, they don't want it, obviously. Do you want it? So.
And you were quick to snap it up.
You know, make a zillion on eBay with that at some point in the future when he's got, you know, world record number of test runs. So took it to Glamorgan with me last year when Yorkshire played there.
Yeah.
Took a gold pen to sign on the green helmet.
Right.
Job done.
Nice.
Very kindly signed it.
Did you take
I had to go back through the... It took me ages to work out whose it was because it was a helmet that had been hit and therefore couldn't be used again. That's why it was discarded.
Okay.
So I went back through all the commentary feeds stuff, you know, online and found it. I thought it was him, and yeah, I had to pin it down. So I was going through his innings and seeing what happened with each delivery, you know, and it says so-and-so to Labuschagne, dot ball. Yeah.
You put quite a lot of effort into this.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
You put more effort into that than most.
Might make a fortune for a, you know, charity at some point in future. Or myself.
The roll is being pushed off.
I might need it to pay these energy bills coming up.
Well, quite. Out come the Lancashire players, and indeed the umpires, and the two Yorkshire opening batters. As we set to see the start of the Yorkshire reply. So the players heading back out. Tom Bailey handing his cap to the umpire, so he's going to get the new ball. And we'll see just how much 270, what was it? 276 is worth.
Yeah, so interesting. We've got 2 left-handers going out there. Adam Lyth, all the experience in the world, and a very, very, very good player at this level if he gets going. We've seen it in a couple of his knocks this year. Outstanding. And Finlay Bean at the other end of the spectrum scores 441 in a second-team game. He's played 3 List A matches in senior cricket. He scored 74 runs in those 3, including 61 on his debut.
Terrific.
And he's played 7 matches for the England under-19s. Batted 5 times, made a highest score of 36 for them. So there's got to be a few butterflies as he's standing at the non-striking end at the moment.
Yeah, it's a terrific contrast, isn't it, between the two batters? But brilliant opportunity for Finlay Bean. It's Lyth on strike, and he gets forward in defence to Bailey's first delivery, which is a straightish ball that he has to play, and he defends out into the offside. Dane Villas is the Lancashire captain and would usually keep wicket, but actually Phil Salt kept wicket for the first part of the championship. But Villas not with the gloves in this game. George Lavelle has that opportunity again. Lancashire's wicket keeper is Bailey bouncing his way back in the kind of watery sunshine. Left once more by Lyth through to Lavelle, whose performances, again, this has been one of the benefits, isn't it, I guess, of the One Day Cup, is that you get players given a chance, and Lavelle, one of many players across the county scene that have been played One Day cricket in the last month and given their careers a huge boost. It's a great chance for them. He's got 3 slips to his left-hand side and a gully. 0 for 0 Yorkshire. Bailey to Lyth. Here we go, first runs. It'll flick off the hip down towards fine leg. And Lyth gets his first runs, and indeed do Yorkshire. 4 without loss halfway through the first over.
Yeah, nicely played. Very, very strong anywhere off his legs, Adam Lyth. You don't tend to see him get that opportunity too often to flick it down there. But plays very well square in particular. Pulls the ball superbly.
Bailey from the Brian Statham ends, running up towards the pavilion. Thumps onto the pad, he's spinning round and asking the question to the umpire, who shakes his head.
It's a pretty good shout at first view. sure we'll get a chance to see it again for those watching, rather than just the listening. And if we do, I'll try and give you a bit more of a description about what went on, but it certainly was well worth a shout, I think you'd say.
2 balls left of the first over. Lythe waits for Bailey. That's flicked away up towards backward square leg. And he'll come back for 2, Adam Lythe. And he moves on to 6 as Will Williams will probably take the new ball from the other end. Currently fielding it deep backward square leg below the point.
Adam Lythe, of course, delighted that I'm reminding you of this, made his highest first-class score on this very ground, 251.
I remember it. Bailey to Lythe, that's pushed full but wide of off stump and left, and taken by George Lavelle. And that completes the first over of the Yorkshire innings. 6 runs from it, all off the bat of Adam Lythe.
Over to you, Finlay. He's towering above his teammate out there. Quite a few years difference and quite a few first-class runs difference between him. Adam Lythe over 12,300, 12,321 before he started this knock. Finlay been yet to put one on the board at this level. 3 slips in place. And a gully. Stephen Croft just a little bit wider, almost like a 5th slip. Point, big gap through the covers, and Finlay Bean, from what I've seen of him in that limited amount of time I've been able to watch him in the RL50, can certainly drive through the covers. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, long leg is the setup. He receives his first delivery, which he drops into the offside, and there is no run. Glad to get that one out of the way. Wants to tick that first run box. Breeze has maybe got up a little bit. Just looking at the flags at the James Anderson end of the ground. Do we call that the James Anderson Pavilion these days, or just the James Anderson end?
I think he can have it as the pavilion. I think he's.
Is that all right?
I think he'd be happy with that.
Williams in. Bean gets the ball short of length. That he fails to make connection with the bat on. It's in the midriff. No run. Been pretty quiet on the construction front so far today. All that time this morning when it was raining, nobody was bothered about hearing that sort of rattle going on. And nobody lifted a finger. People say that ours is jobs for the boys. Williams in again, and wide of Bean's off stump, shouldering arms. There is no run. They did pretty well to get play on by 12:55, because when they removed the covers there were quite a few spillages. One particular area around about where Alex Wharf is standing at square leg, probably about the best part of 20 metres of sort of finger of water, about 20 metres by 5. And it looked like it might be fairly soggy there for a while, but they are playing. Williams slants one across the left-hander, well wide of his off stump. He was able to watch that go by. He looked like he liked to feel bat on ball in those RL50 games, Finlay Bean, but anybody who's stuck around to score 441, and let's be honest about it, I think just about everybody listening, playing, sitting in the crowd here will not come close to that. They must also have a good temperament to be able to just bat for that sheer length of time, concentration that it demands. As he flicks this ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Bit of brightness around.
Looks better now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Nice bit of chicken for lunch today.
Well, I just went for
what was it? Was it soup? Oh, you didn't do the chicken.
No,
right,
I went for soup, but I've had a bit of a soup incident.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I spilt it on the commentary box, and I just realised it's a bit dribbling down here.
Oh, schoolboy error. Williams in, straight. Bean again. Might have made some connection with bat onto his pad, thigh pad, maybe something like that, but couldn't get off the mark, so yet to get his first class run. Plays out that maiden from Will Williams, second over of this Yorkshire response to Lancashire's 276 all out there, 6 without loss.
So I need to get a bit of something on that and mop it up. A bit of green soup dribbling down the desk in front of me. It's not ideal, really. Change in the commentary box. Paul Allett's going to come and join us. Phoebe Graham will be with us as well through the course of the afternoon. Kevin Howells also, so plenty of voices to hopefully keep you entertained. We'll see the third, or at least informed. As Bailey runs into ball, Yorkshire starting their reply. A big appeal for LBW of the bowling of Bailey to Bean, given not out. Lancashire all out for 276 in their first innings, with Keaton Jennings top scoring on 119, but a fantastic fight back by Yorkshire with the ball led by George Hill. So Lancashire 276 all out. Yorkshire in reply are 6 without loss. And Paul Allett is alongside me as Bailey runs in from the Statham end. It's down the leg side to Lavelle, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Paul.
Hi, Scott. Yeah, it's, well, what a change. Bit of sunshine now. And clouds are lifted. I don't think the clouds have quite lifted on Lancashire's performance yet. Pretty dismal effort in the end, wasn't it? 231 for 1. And all out 276.
Yeah.
Not particularly impressive.
Bailey from the Statham end, 3 slips and a gully, balls to Lythe. That's driven beautifully away through the covers. He's timed that to absolute perfection. Bohannon scampering after it, and he catches up with the ball, which is a great effort. And Lythe might run 4. He has. Well, that's all very exciting. It was a gorgeous shot. It was a good piece of fielding, and they ran 4.
Good stuff. Outfield slowed up a little bit, I think, because of the overnight rain and early morning rain. Ball might have got a bit wet as it's gone across the outfield there. Might have to change it.
Within the first 3 deliveries.
Well, I had to get it in. Anyway.
You've done that in your stint. Here's Bailey, balls to Lythe. That's through to the keeper. There's no run. Should we take it on, or do you just want to leave it there? Or this is for those perhaps that were maybe not with us on the first day.
Well, there are circumstances, aren't there? The ball was hit through the covers by Josh Bohannon onto the plastic sheeting and into a puddle on there, and the ball got thoroughly wet, and consequently the bowler's fielding side said we want to change it, and the umpire said yeah, fine.
It's Bailey to Lythe. That's defended to the onside, no run.
And that's when it all went horribly wrong for Lancashire. And George Hill produced a fantastic spell of fast medium bowling, 5 wickets for 5, I think, in 41 balls. The ball they changed it to was a bit newer than the one that well, it had 71 overs. Yeah. But it puzzled me changing it for a wet ball. Just dry it and carry on, especially with only 7 or 8 overs to the new ball.
Bailey to complete the over balls, left by Lythe, shaped back in, and Lavelle takes it and skip to his right hand side, and there's no run. 3 overs gone of the Yorkshire first innings, 10 without loss.
The other thing was, of course, that you're supposed to change the ball for one of similar wear and tear. Well, it wasn't. It was clearly a newer ball. That may well be problem from Lancashire's side, not being able to furnish the umpires with a number of the requisite number of spare red balls. Nobody's been playing red ball cricket of late, so they won't have had a chance to bowl with any, even in the nets. They've had, I think, half a day's practice, probably, if that, before this game. So accumulation of circumstances led to the ball being changed, and some great performances from Yorkshire from then on in.
Williams to Bean, shapes to work it away into the leg side, just deflects into the off, no run.
But if there's a lesson to be learnt by Lancashire from that, it's make use of the new ball. Certainly with the seamers bowling. It's obviously been improved. It looked a very flat pitch, didn't it? Obviously when Jennings and Wells were playing. Jennings getting his 100, Wells getting 84. but subsequently a little bit of help there for the seam bowlers especially. And I don't see why that can't be the case now for Williams and Bailey.
It's Williams who's in to Bean. That's worked out into the onside, no run. 10 without loss. Well, that's Keaton Jennings said that last night actually in his end of day interview, that you've got to learn from the fact that it's make the most of the new ball. That was evident with the way that it affected things yesterday. Jennings currently at second slip, 3 slips in place. Wells, Jennings and Hartley. Will Williams around the wicket bowls. Ends up appealing for an LBW as well. Don't know about that one. It was quite a big appeal from Williams. What do you reckon, Paul?
Good appeal. If you're going to appeal, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Concerted effort from the slips and the keeper as well. Might be quite nice to have another look at that if we could.
Angling to work it to the leg side. From here it looked like it could potentially be a bit high. We'll see back now on the replay.
It's close, isn't it? No movement from Lavelle down the leg side. That's always a sign.
It's just dabbed away into the offside by Bean. And there's no run. Finley Bean batting here for Yorkshire. It's a wonderful opportunity for him in a Roses fixture to make his first-class debut, in batting with quality player in Adam Lyde at the other end, but he'd be under a bit of pressure, won't he, the young man on strike?
Yeah, anybody playing in their first game in first-class cricket is going to feel it, especially opening the batting in these sort of circumstances.
Williams striding in. Bean plays forward, the ball just comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects up to Bailey at mid-on, no run. 10 without loss, 5-dot ball sent down to Bean so far.
Well, Lythe will be important for Bean here, just have a bit of a chat. He's coming down the pitch doing a bit of gardening, and we'll just trying to calm him down, have a bit of a word. I think there's a short leg going to come into position. Josh Bohannon taking off his cap, putting on a helmet.
So 3 slips, gully, and short leg, forward short leg, point, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Final ball of the over this. Bean waits. Actually just tries to flick it off his hip. Bounces in front of Bohannon under the helmet at short leg, and that completes the over. It's a maiden for Will Williams. In fact, his first 2 overs have been maidens. Not considered a run yet. New Zealander. So we've had 4 overs of the Yorkshire first innings. They are 10 without loss in reply to a Lancashire total of 276. But as Paul had it highlighted before, that's some collapse, because Lancashire were 230 for 1 and then 276 all out. Got the ball in their hands. It's still kind of overcast, but the poorer weather hopefully is behind us now. We'll get the full. We've got 65 overs left today. It's barely in to Lythe. That's off the inner half of the bat and deflects down to Williams at fine leg for a single. So Lythe moves to 11, as indeed to Yorkshire. It brings Finley Bean on strike to face Tom Bailey for the first time.
I was just looking up Finley Bean, put him into Google. You've not quite made it yet, because the first thing that came up was beanbags. Anyway, I've got him now. He's only a young lad,
yes,
20, and he's played 3 List A games. Born in Harrogate, so true Yorkshire stuff, and hopefully a big future for him.
It's Bailey over the wicket to Bean, who goes off the back foot and drops it into the offside, and there's no run.
You're getting a bit anxious now. He's not got off the mark, has he? Faced 13 deliveries, and there'll be cries from the Lancashire slip cordon and anybody else that, come on, could be a run out on here. He was trying to set off for one there as he pushed it to extra cover. Tom Bailey, full of wiles and experience, will be attempting to keep him pinned down.
Bailey too remains pinned down as he defends into the offside for no run. Jonathan was telling me before he scored 441 in a second team game.
Yeah, he was saying that yesterday. That's a fair innings, that, isn't it? Not bad in a T20 match. So second team championship that was in.
11 without loss again against Nottinghamshire back in June. Bailey over the wicket, balls again, eased away off the front foot, but again can't get his first run. Dane Villas is at mid-off and he just shifts away to his right to scoop up the ball, and he remains on naught. Remember your first class debut, Paul?
I do. Against Gloucester at Bristol. Yeah, I was opening the bowling to Sadiq Mohammed and Andy Stovald. I did get a wicket in the end.
Bailey to Bean. Still on the leg side. It's a good take by Lavelle. Tumbling away to his right-hand side.
Plenty of enthusiasm and excitement from the Lancashire fielders, but to no avail. In the end, it petered off into a bit of a half-hearted appeal.
Were you more nervous bowling for the first time in first-class cricket, or batting?
Good question. I was nervous bowling. I used to be nervous for probably the first 10 championship games, I would think.
On the ball of the over, thinks about playing this Bean. It's just pushed out a fraction fuller, but wide of off stump. He kind of flirted with it for half a second and pulled the bat away. Taken by the keeper. No run. 5 overs gone, 11 without loss.
Yeah, I made my debut in a Benson Hedges game, so 55 overs as it was then. That was at Liverpool. That was also against Gloucester. And I bowled all my overs, 11 overs off the reel. Frank Hayes was captain. I don't think he'd ever seen me before, let alone played in a cricket match with me. So that was okay. But my second ever county championship game was at Trent Bridge. And the bowling attack was Hadley, Rice and Hendrick, and it was a green flyer. And I didn't have a helmet on. That was a trifle nerve-wracking, to say the least.
Did you get runs?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Can't remember how I got out.
Just a blur.
Yeah.
Williams walking backwards to his mark from the Jimmy Anderson end, having had a brief chat with his captain. Still got that 4 short leg in place. Lythe on strike. Lythe plays 4 in defence. A solid press and into the offside, bouncing back along the pitch. And gathered by Williams off his own bowling, and there is no run. So 11 without loss as we start the 6th over.
I'm getting some stick.
Oh no.
Yeah. Quite right too, probably.
Okay.
Jonathan's just passed me a message from his brother. Oh, no, it's a close family. He said, could you ask Paul Allott why the fielding side should be disadvantaged by bowling with a wet ball when the home side can't be bothered to try their own? Sorry, I'm talking over deliveries and all sorts here.
This is left, yeah, the last ball was a good ball which came back in. It's left by Lythe and through to the keeper, no run.
When the home side can't be bothered to dry their own covers. Well, you don't dry your covers, do you? But he's got a good point. And I'll stop banging on about it now because it's causing him strife over the Pennines, obviously.
11 without loss. Lythe waits. Williams bowls. It's steered down just beyond the reach of Croft at gully. They kind of think about a scampered single, but retrieved nicely by Balderson. Lythe remains on 11.
We'll shut up about trying outfields in Headingley, won't we? Game abandoned after how many days was it?
Didn't rain for 2 days.
Didn't rain
did
for
it?
2 days,
No.
couldn't play. Anyway, fair enough.
11 without loss. 3 slips in the gully. Here's Williams. to Lythe off the back foot, slicing the ball away just in front of square, and they'll come back for 2. Lythe moves on to 13. He's got all the 13 runs so far for Yorkshire. The ball eventually gathered by George Balderson.
I'll just put it to bed once and for all. Today, a lot of rain around overnight and this morning. Plenty of games start with a dampish outfield. The ball gets hit across them, goes over the rope and gets damp. What happens? Ball comes back and gets dried.
Williams to Lythe. That's a big appeal. That looks a better appeal to me. But the umpire still with a shake of the head, not out.
Plenty of appeals. There were yesterday morning, weren't there, with the new ball? The Yorkshire bowlers appealing enthusiastically for LBW. Round the wicket, so ball coming back in towards Adam Lythe, but not hitting the stumps.
Final ball of the 6th over coming up. Lythe remains on 13. It's Williams for Lancashire in and balls. Plays forward, it loops away into the onside. And Hannon snaffles the catch at short leg, and Lythe goes, and Williams picks up his first wicket. And Yorkshire are 13 for 1 after their first 6 overs. And the planner gets worked a treat because the man's in position there.
Yeah.
Just that catch.
Yeah. Plaudits all round. Well bowled, Will Williams. Well thought out in terms of field placing as well. A little bit of extra bounce. And Lythe playing a little low actually at that. Getting either a glove or a thin inside edge onto the pad flat. Just dollying up to Bohannon at short leg, who's only been there half a dozen balls. And I really do like that short leg position. Just having another look at it. I think it's hit the bottom hand actually. It's a good breakthrough for Lancashire. 13 for 1 Yorkshire. Umpires in consultation, probably discussing the merits and demerits of all the LBW shouts that are being offered their way. Anyway, Lancashire will be happy. They've got a breakthrough. George Hill coming in his preferred position of number 3. Probably didn't think when he was going to walk out at number 3 for Yorkshire that he'd have 6 for 26 under his belt.
Possibly not, no.
But good on him. Bowled a really good spell.
Yeah, it changed the entire feel of the day, didn't it? Yesterday. Outstanding from Hill. So he comes in to join Finley Bean. Greatness though, isn't it? And Lancashire have got plenty of players, homegrown players in their team, but if you're a Yorkshire fan, you've got Bean and Hill here batting. Both proud Yorkshiremen in a Roses fixture. There's Bailey to Bean. Oh, he wants his first run there. He's eager for it, just dropped away towards square leg. And Hill was backing up, trying to get his mate to run, but denied by Balderson.
I'd have short leg in as well for Bean now, if I was Tom Bailey. Just because it makes the batsman aware all the time that somebody's there. And what it does is it just sows that seed of doubt about lunging too far forward.
Bailey into Bean. Here we go. This is his first run. It's not quite where he was aiming for it. Ball deflects out towards mid-wicket. We're trying to push it through the covers, but he gets a single. He gets his first run. Yorkshire 14 for 1.
Well, he'll feel happy now, and well done. Off the mark in first-class cricket. Took him a while, but he's away after 19 balls. Yeah, I was just saying about the short leg. It's always in your mind as a batsman whether he's going to come into play or not, and you tend to stop just pushing out at the ball, which can make you play a little bit sort of off the back foot, half and half, and that brings the slips into play.
Bailey to Hill. That's angled away to the leg side. Mid-wicket stops it. Bohannon, no run. $14 for 1. Hill on 0, Bean on 1. Halfway through the 7th over, live from Emirates Old Trafford. across the BBC Sport website and app, 5 Sports Extra and Lancs TV for this LV County Championship game. It's the Roses fixture between Lancashire and Yorkshire. Watching Bailey over the wicket to Hill, who plays forward. The ball shapes away and with great bounce and carry into the gloves of Lavelle, who takes it across first slip, and there's no run.
That's really gone through, hasn't it? It was a pretty standard forward defensive stroke from George Hill and to a full ball. Good length ball from Tom Bailey, and Lavelle's taken it shoulder height, still going up. Some encouragement for the bowlers still. It's amazing the change in sort of character, disposition of the game, if not the pitch, since yesterday afternoon.
Fuller ball just off stump, and he's driven it into the offside. Hill picks out Villas, no run.
And what was it? Jennings was beaten by a good ball, pitched round about off, hit off from round the wicket. You're not going to hit that too much, even though he played slightly across the line. Bohannon played a slightly airy drive, didn't he, to be called at short extra. Villas was snapped up by a ball that turned him inside out, first slip.
Bailey to Hill, forward in defence, and there's no run.
Croft caught conventionally, slip.
Yep.
So hitting the seam and causing all sorts of issues for Lancashire. Yesterday afternoon was George Hill. I've only seen him bat a couple of times. I like what I see.
He's playing his 20th first-class match. Keithley lad, 21 years of age.
Sedbergh School, isn't it? Yeah.
Williams over number 4 for him. Being on strike, just push it out into the offside, and there's no run. Last like she's captain giving the ball a polish. Not with the gloves on, so it's Lavelle keeping wickets. Villas can lurk around at mid-off and mid-on.
Still nursing that finger a bit, I think. I don't think it's, I mean, it's okay, but I don't think it'd stand up to the rigours of wicket keeping.
Williams to Bean, who's in behind this delivery and defends it into the offside. And there's no run.
Doesn't bowl many bad balls, Will Williams, does he? He's metronomic in terms of accuracy. Not got a great deal of pace, but nags away. He doesn't give the batsman anything loose, doesn't give them any respite. They have to play at virtually every delivery.
Straight approach from Williams, arm pumping back and forth in and balls, and that just sneaks past the edge of Bean's bat, who plays forward. Taken by Lavelle. Played all his first-class cricket in New Zealand prior to that initial short-term deal for Lancashire, and then that was turned from 2 matches to 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm. And signed as an English player now.
Yeah.
So relinquished his New Zealand status, and he's going to settle down over here.
He's in the Manchester sunshine now. Bean pushes forward the ball, and it goes past and through to the keeper, no run. So 3 slips, gully, point, mid off, the short leg, the wide mid on, almost going to mid wicket really, and then Parkinson, who's down at fine leg. Watching Williams bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end, the pavilion in sunshine, the flags fluttering on the roof. And he sets off again, brushing past the umpire and into Bean, who defends again, away to the offside, and there's no run. 14 for 1. Yorkshire.
Well, patience the key. I think whether you're batting or bowling here, Williams is the one who will probe away. He does bowl with a real degree of patience. he'll just wait for the batsman to do something out of the ordinary.
Final ball of the over, defends it up towards Villas, and there is no runs. That is the end of the 8th over. 14 for 1. Just the 2 bowlers so far, Bailey and Williams, both with 4 overs. The wicket falling to Williams. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2.
Well, I suppose it just backs up what I was saying, and the way he is, that's just what he does. He just runs in and bowls straight, roundabout, off stump, and waits for the batsman to do something different. Wants the batsman to try and do something else in order to score.
Bailey starts his 5th over. It's off the back foot by Hill. Eased into the offside, but for no run. 14 for 1. Tall man, isn't he, Hill? Standing tall in the crease. He's got his yellow bat handle. Long sleeves on. Bailey, equally tall, fast bowler. Tattoos on his arms. Top of his mark now and running away from us here. 3 slips in the gully. He's over the wicket. It's off the front foot by Hill and just angled down into the gully region rather, where Croft fields. And there's no run. 14 for 1. The 9th over of this second day, a shortened second day. It started at 5 to 1. 76 overs to be bowled today, or a minimum of, and tea will be at 25 past 3. Bailey to Hill, again that's defender with a straight bat, bouncing to the right of the non-striking batsman, picked up by Matt Parkinson, and there's no run.
Yeah, long sessions then today, trying to make up some overs. 72, did you say?
76.
76. Yeah. Trombones.
Hartley there, left of screen for those watching on Lancs TV. One of the 2 spinners that Lancashire have picked. Well, 2 kind of frontline spinners, I guess, with Wells and Croft as options too. Hill plays forward, defends into the offside, no run. Villas fields. Yeah, Matt Parkinson and Tom Hartley both playing for Lancashire this week.
Yeah, plenty of work for those 2, I think, later on today. George Balderson to bowl some seam as well. But I think you'll see Hartley and Parkinson working in tandem. Maybe even before tea.
So Best into the attack quite early, didn't we, yesterday?
Yeah.
2 balls left of the over. Bailey in. It's defended by Hill. Scooped up by Villas, and there's no run. It's Tom Hartley's first championship match of the year. Played a championship game since back end of last season. Both players having played in the 100. Hartley gets his chance in the red ball team. Final ball of the 9th. Bailey from the Brian Statham end. Hill on naught still. Half an appeal from Bailey. He kind of started and quickly fizzled out as the slips went up. And completes the over. 14 for 1 after 9.
Just got a thin nick on that. That's what stifled the appeal, I think. Inside edge onto pad. So Live the man out, called at short leg by Bohannon off Will Williams for 13. Finn Bean on debut has just got his first class run, and George Hill yet to get off the mark.
You can see Balderson warming up, can't we? We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. And Paul will leave us. Jonathan Doidge is going to come in, and Phoebe Graham will settle into my seat as well. As Will Williams starts his 5th over. Into Bean off the back foot. Play back along the pitch, and there is no run. It's 14 for 1. Josh Bohannon crouching down at forward short leg, already taken one catch. Looking to pounce on another opportunity should it present itself. It's Williams again. In balls, and that's a good ball that nips past the bat of Finley Bean, taken by George Lavelle. Luke Wells at first. They can't believe it. How's that not found the edge? Good ball from Williams. Josh Bohannon with his hands on his hips, chuckling away at short leg. Two young Yorkshire batters here are working hard, but they've been tested by a fine opening spell with the ball by Williams and by Bailey. Jonathan Doyle is back alongside me.
They sure are. They never have it easy here, do they? The Yorkies with the bat, but that's a beautiful shot by Finley Bean. If this is to be his first boundary in first-class cricket, that's a great way to do so. Waited, took it right under his eye line and has just pushed it the on-side of straight. Lovely stroke. 18 for the loss of that one wicket of Adam Lyth so far. After 9.5 overs of play, Phoebe is alongside. Early impressions on what you've seen from Yorkshire with the bat and Lancashire with the ball?
I think it's been quite interesting this morning. There's been a lot of movement with the ball early up, a lot of big LBW shouts, but I think it's just shown there by being bat time, and it'll get easier and you'll be able to get your shots away. So yeah, I think Lyth will be disappointed to have gone early doors, but I think there's something in it for both at the moment.
Yeah, another dot ball. Finley Bean leaving. Yeah, Adam Lyth, pretty thick edge, wasn't it, onto his pad that looped up to Josh Bohannon. The trap was set.
Yeah, and Finley Bean will be pleased to hit his first boundary there. You could see there were quite a lot of nerves up front, as there should be making his debut, but he looks a lot more comfortable at the crease now.
Yeah, and he's driving beautifully through the offside this time. Two superb shots in this over. 4 more off the bowling of Will Williams. So just a bit of early evidence now of some more confidence. Right down over the top of that. Exemplary off drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely off drive there. Absolutely fabulous shot.
So 22 for 1. 1 left in the 10th. George Hill yet to get off the mark. Of course, he did plenty of damage yesterday with the ball, but at the moment he's number 3, so this is his premier job in the side, to score some runs. He's done that on numerous occasions this season. And he's watching on us. Finley Bean on 9 faces his latest Williams delivery and drops it into the offside in the Old Trafford sunshine. He's out now. It's been pretty gloomy for most of the day so far, so that also may just be another little mark in that equation. Difficult batting conditions when they walked out there. Yeah, we know there's been moisture around and that might still be the case, but when the sun's shining, you always feel that little bit better with the bat in your hand, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's taken a 360 here today in Manchester. It looked like there'd be no play at all earlier this morning, but it's beautiful now, sun shining, and yeah, 2 young Yorkshire lads out there sort of flying the Yorkshire flag.
Yep, so change of bowling. First time in this Yorkshire first innings. Coming on at this Brian Statham end is George Balderson. Well, I'm just saying that he'd be brought on to bowl a bit more seam. They're going to continue down this route. Why wouldn't you at this stage before try and look with a bit of spin? Bowling to the right-handed George Hill. First ball ends up at the feet of Stephen Croft at gully, and there is no run. George Hill, well, I mentioned earlier 150 scored at Northampton earlier in the season, 130 odd in another of his first class innings, but did have probably his first sticky patch in first class cricket midway through the season. He's facing up now to Balderson. Looks like he's just shaping in towards him and drops into the offside. There's no run. So while everybody who plays never wants to suffer a sticky patch, it's kind of a good thing to have got through that, got out the other side and come out with another big performance as he did at Scarborough a few weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely, because it's his first proper season in the starting 11 and he's earned his right to have that spot.
Yep, pushing forward here, bit of bat, bit of pad as he turns it square on the leg side. There's no run.
But it's really how you work through those moments, isn't it, as a player, when you're in the team but you need to bounce back, and having that ability in his first proper year with the first team, I think, shows the strength of character that he's got as a player. And yeah, what he did with the ball yesterday was brilliant.
Stands tall, he's got a nick on this one, and it's gone down. George Lavelle diving to his right across first slip, still prone, and you can see his right hand from our angle is pretty much in front of the right foot of first slip. Keaton Jennings, I think it is.
It was an excellent delivery as well, just nipped away from George Hill there, and it was a full stretch dive from Lavelle to his right, but just put it down.
First chance against George Hill, who's pushing forward at this one inside the line through to the keeper, and there's no run. He'll have survived one. He'll want to make the most of that, batted in various positions in his first-class career so far for Yorkshire. A bit in the middle order, quite a bit at the top of the order, the predominance, and now just dropping down a place. So Finley Bean has had the first go here. Good delivery again from Balderson, just leaving George Hill to complete the 11th over. Well, on another day, he might have had a wicket maiden there, as it is Phoebe and maiden to start things off. 22 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that first over there from Lavelle, hitting some excellent areas around third and fourth stump, nipping the ball away, and it just seems a little bit skiddy there for Lavelle, getting that extra bit of pace through the pitch, rather than Bales, who was hitting the deck hard and sort of hitting a hard length to the batters.
So Williams with 1 for 10 so far. That wicket of Adam Lyth from 5 overs is going to continue at the James Anderson end. Wells, in fact, at first slip, not Keaton Jennings. Apologies, Keaton. My comment in the previous over. Here's Williams. Finley Bean has got a nick on that one, but playing it with soft hands has deflected it into the turf short of slip. But there's still that element of a lot of care needed by the men with bats in hand at the moment.
Definitely, and you could see Lavelle there being exceptionally tentative whether to dive for that or not. And he probably felt he got it a little bit wrong the previous over, for Lavelle's over, where it could have gone straight into Wells' hands. So
yeah, Williams to Bean, shouldering arms to this one.
I'm sure there'll be a bit of chat in that slip cordon as to who goes for what, and Lavelle will be looking to take that next opportunity.
Finley Bean playing, of course, in the twos this year a few times. Had played in the Second 11 Championship back in 2019, but pretty much a 3-year gap, just over a 3-year gap, before he came back and with a huge score against Nottinghamshire that the boys were alluding to earlier on. He's pushing this latest Williams delivery out across that sizable patch of sawdust.
It's moments like that that get you recognised, isn't it?
Yeah.
Outrageous scorecard that becomes at the top of the BBC Sport article. And yeah, managed to fight his way back into the first team after a lot of hard work that will have been going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, ridiculous individual score. He's driving into the offside here. We've seen him do that just a little bit straighter in Williams' previous over. It went for 4. This time Dane Villas is down to do the fielding, shades and all. So yeah, just going back to that knock. 441 off 518 balls. That is more than a couple of seasons for a lot of players. 712 minutes, 52 4s and 3 6s. He's facing up here and flicking one off the hip from a Williams delivery down to Matt Parkinson coming in from long leg, and they'll get a single. And that takes him into double figures, 10 from 36 so far, including those 2 boundaries off Williams' previous over.
I think in that Yorkshire second 11 that game, there were a lot of debutants as well for that second team, so there was a lot of opportunity, and I think there is within Yorkshire cricket at the moment to break through into the first team. There'll be a lot of movement next year, so few players really fighting out to wanting to play first team cricket for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Williams bowling here to Hill, who's over the top of that, drops into the offside and calls Bean through, and he has to get the hurry up on, gets there in the end. That will complete the over at 24 for 1. George Hill off the mark. Yeah, I mean, in that innings alone, James Wharton, if he's watching, listening, he'll be going, what about my 100 Doige? 126 he made out in the batting with Finlay Bean. The opening stand 287 in just 60 overs. And then 108 for Harry Duke, birthday boy. Harry, happy birthday, Dukey, today. He's 21 today.
Oh, wow, what an age.
I was going to say to you, do you remember those days? But you will. I've got no idea what was going on back then. I think I got an engraved glass tankard.
Oh, lovely. Have you still got it?
Yeah, I know I've still got it because I was just emptying some stuff out at home and put them in cupboards the other day. Came across it. Here's Balderson. George Hill just falling over that slightly as it spurts out into the offside.
I thought you were going to say that you were drinking from it last night.
No, I don't drink on Mondays.
Before a game day
in
as
September. Very often. More than a couple. So George Hill on 1 from 18 so far. Solidly behind that. Technically, he's such a good-looking player, isn't he? And he keeps talking to us about his love of the challenge against spin. He's going to be challenged here with the Lanc spinners to come on, and he'll want to make sure he's still there to get that opportunity.
Definitely, and there's a real battle at the moment between himself and Balderson. Balderson quite fancies himself. There's a lot of energy in the Lancs fielding attack at the moment.
Angled in, but just a little bit too wide on pitching, and possibly just leaves George.
It's been super dangerous in the last 9 deliveries when he's hit that 4th line, that 3rd, 4th stump line. George Hill hasn't looked like he's going to come out the winner at the other end there. So I think that's what his focus here will need to be, Balderson, because he could get Hill's wicket early doors if he keeps hitting those lines and channels.
There's again, and he's up to the challenge this time. George Hill watched it carefully. There was a few of his dismissals during the last couple of seasons where he's playing the straight ball really well. He'll score runs off it, and then the opposing bowler, particularly seam bowlers, I'm thinking will hang it there outside off stump, maybe about 4.5 stumps, and in having left quite a lot, he'll then have a little push. Nicked a few last season. He's got inside this good delivery again from Balderson. I mentioned that sticky patch he had earlier in the season as well. Did a bit more work with Martin Spate, who he likes to go and see. Formerly, of course, was responsible for the sports teaching of him, if you like, at Sedbergh. Martin said did a little bit of work with him on that technique after a few innings. I think he had 3 ducks out of 4 at one stage. He leaves this latest one. End of the over, 13 gone, 24 for 1. And whatever it was, technically, he managed to get that sorted, and he goes out and sticks 3 figures on the board. Can't be bad, can it?
Definitely, and it is often those small refinements that you need someone else to externally see and validate if you're not able to find your form. And George Hill, I think, also 21 years of age, isn't he? So a little bit more maturity in him and knowing which balls he should and shouldn't play at. That's where he knows he wants to develop his game, and the fact that he keeps progressing shows that he wants to evolve his game and will continue to be a talent. Williams goes again.
Yep, good to see these 2 young batters having a go against a good seam attack. We've been asking some questions, and again Williams angling that one in towards Bean, just can't tempt him enough to play, and that's clear knowledge there from Finlay Bean of where his off stump is. A fair few people tempted to have a little flick at that one. Sun shining brightly, might just be easing a bit of that surface moisture out. Ball getting that little bit older every passing delivery. 13 overs old so far. Williams in again, and Bean dropping it out square on the offside.
Yeah, he's looking good here, Williams, but as you say, as the play goes on, the bowlers are looking less and less threatening to the new batters. They're establishing themselves at the crease now. Being 10 from 38 deliveries, Hill just the 1 run from 23.
You can get in touch, by the way, folks, on Twitter at Jonathan Doidge, at Scott Reed 16. Phoebe will give us hers in a moment because Williams is coming in again, and Bean solidly behind this straight delivery, pushing to mid-off, no run. Okay. You are on
at Phoebe G 23.
There we go. Have your say. Peter Halliwell's done that. He says, us Lancs fans are hoping this partnership doesn't amount to a hill of beans. Very good, Peter. I'm sure there must be Lancastrian humour. You must be learning a bit about that now. Williams in again. Passes umpire Ross Warren. Turning to the leg side this time by Bean, but not entirely convincing, you have to say. Bit of inside edge about it. But he's still there. He's faced 40 now. Just starting to get a proper appreciation for the pace of the pitch. What this ball is doing. He's been patient. He's taken a couple of opportunities he's had to drive it. Got him away for 4. Williams again, and it's up there to drive again, just over pitching, and once more he takes it late, he punches it straight, and he's picked up 4 more. Super shot.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Bean. He's just really waited for that delivery and punched it through the onside. Gorgeous on drive there for 4. Timing of the shot absolutely perfect through the middle of the bat. Just a little punch there.
Yeah, super stuff. Good control. I think taking it late, the obvious benefit there. That balance right over the top of the ball. Didn't flick it aerially as might be the case when you're a little bit out of touch. Good delivery, good response from Will Williams. And through to Lavelle to complete the over. 14 gone. 28 for 1. Hill still on 1 from 23, and Finlay Bean 14 from 42. Yorkshire, at this moment in time, will be happy enough. 28 for 1, because, as I mentioned earlier, with that moisture around, with that cloud cover that we had, it's been tricky enough anyway, but it could have been horrendously tricky as a batting proposition out there against a good seam bowling attack.
Yeah, definitely, and it just shows the balls and patience that the 2 batters are having at the moment to score those runs.
Balderson in, right arm over the wicket and pushed to the offside by George Hill.
There's still a lot of movement out there for the seam bowlers. I think that last delivery from Williams probably swung in probably 5-6 inches, which was great to see. There's still something in it for the seam bowlers, but as Hill get more and more comfortable, it's going to prove harder and harder to break through this wicket.
Yeah, Balderson in again, and Hill right over the top of it, drops it into the offside. Villas whips the ball into the gloves of Lavelle. No run. Still to come for Yorkshire. TKC, next cab off the rank at number 4, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Just playing his final few championship games now before departing for Somerset. Will Frayne is down to come in at number 5. Matthew Waite, Jonathan Tattersall, Don Best, Jordan Thompson, Stephen Patterson and Ben Code relegated to 11 by the looks of things in the batting order here. Not going to be too happy with that as Balderson's in. A little bit of in-duck again to George Hill, he called it. Same again. Going to be that one that then just goes straight on and is still trying to play for the swing, play inside it that might bring about the nick. He's already induced that nick off George Hill, which Lavelle put down a few overs ago. Over pitching this time, and there's the patience of Hill. He's waited 28 balls to get an over pitch delivery. Got it from Balderson, and he's dispatched it straight back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, that's the first fuller delivery that Hill's faced. He's definitely faced an array of tough, challenging balls to be able to get his 5 runs off 27 balls, but just an over-pitched ball there and gently guided through the onside for 4.
The ball disappeared over the boundary rope, of course. Might be a little bit of moisture over it. Mark Parkinson certainly taking a while to dry it and has lobbed it to Dane Villas. You knew this was going to be coming after what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
They're just having a little inspection. They're just letting Alex Wharf know that they're checking the ball. Might be a bit damp umps. Only got the 1 wicket so far. I don't know whether he said get on with it or not, but they are getting on with it. And George Hill getting a thickish outside edge on it. He was over the top. I wouldn't call it a flash, rash sort of shot, but there was a little bit of edge about it as well. And it's gone for 4 through third man.
Yeah, I think again another day that could have been a snick just behind, but it's just dropped short between third slip and gully there and run away for 4.
Key, I think, probably was that he didn't go at the ball, did he? He played it with pretty soft hands, as he tends to do. So managed to keep a little bit of control about the thing. Last ball of the 15th over then, 36 for 1. And that is still the score after that delivery, as George Hill pushes into the offside. And there is no run, but 8 from the over. Hill on to 9 from his 29, and Finlay Bean 14 from 42. You can also get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And have your say. What do you think? How's this one going to go? Can Lancashire get in and among with a few wickets? Do they need to be turning to spin a little bit sooner rather than later? Or would you be sticking with the seamers at this point as well?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to Tom Bailey now from the Jimmy Anderson end. I think there's still something in it for the seamers, and I don't think Hill or Bean look overly comfortable just yet. They seem to be recognising which balls to and not to play at. So I think they're reading the pitch much better than they were, say, 4 or 5 overs ago, but there's still something in it. So I think this is the right decision, sticking to pace, sticking to seam, but just changing it up and bringing Bales on.
Here he comes then, right arm over, bowling to Bean. Pushes one up to mid-on, no run yet. I agree, I think, especially at this stage, only 15 overs in, ball still hard, still clearly pretty shiny. Not a lot of damage done with the bat so far. And plenty of time to turn to the tweak, the twirl and whirl of the likes of Matt Parkinson, of course.
Twirl and whirl.
Bit of twirly whirly. Barely switching to round the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who pushes into the covers, but there's no run. Is that not a common expression in the Thunder and the Originals dressing room? Twirl and bit of twirl and whirl might be different.
I haven't really heard of that, no. A twirl and whirl.
I'll have to have a word with Shawsey about his use of vocab in the.
Yeah, I'll ask him. He likes a bit of slice and dice when he's doing fielding.
Slice and dice, yeah.
Fielding drills. Yep. So I'm surprised twirl and whirl doesn't come into it actually.
Bailey in down the leg side. Bean has a flick at it but misses. I hope you take him to task on the Barney Rubble front as well. That's my nickname for him.
Is he? Just full of that, isn't he?
Barney Rubble. Well, Barney Rubble being the little blonde from Flintstones.
Oh, I thought you just meant that Paul Shaw's a bit of
Too
Barney
young for the
Rubble.
Flintstones,
Bit of
aren't you?
trouble. No, I know exactly the character. I just didn't know if you were meaning that he's full of trouble, Paul Shaw. Barney Rubble.
Bailey in, Bean behind it, straight ball as well, had to play at it. Negotiated successfully. Yeah, he's probably trouble as well. He's a nice guy, isn't he?
He's a great coach. Really enjoyed working with him this year at Thunder. Our head coach for Thunder Women.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's a teacup smasher, anything like that in the dressing, you know, would be.
As in losing his temper?
Yeah. No.
Not really, no. I think he knows when and can read the room and judge the room very well, so seems to say the right thing.
Bailey in, Bean pushing up to mid-off this time. And again, no run, so Yorkshire still being watchful, but credit them at the moment with having taken some opportunities. They've put 5 loose deliveries away for boundaries. Adam Lythe, of course, with an all-run 4 as well when he was in earlier on. Don't say that too often. Bailey turns again, the tall figure of Tom Bailey, quite stiff-backed, isn't he, as he runs in. Good over-the-top action. Bean pushes into the leg side to complete that over. 16 of them now gone. And Yorkshire 36 for 1. Yep, they've lost that early of Adam Lythe. They've had that chance on George Hill when he was on naught put down. And they've had to be watchful, but no sort of ongoing, seriously major alarms.
No, not really. I'd say the first, 5-6 overs were quite eventful. A lot of LBW calls, a few close decisions that if the reviews were in place, they'd have gone upstairs for. But yeah, the last few overs, it's just starting to see that momentum shift back into the Yorkshire camp and starting to look quite comfortable here at Bean and Hill.
Balderson continuing at the Statham end, pushed into the offside by George Hill. He gets through for a single. He's into double figures as well now. 10 for him. They came together when the score was on 13. Adam Lythe out last ball of the 6th over of this Yorkshire first innings, caught by Josh Bohannon off Will Williams for 13, having faced 19 deliveries. And if you have been on Planet Zog and not too sure how Lancashire came to be all out for 276, well, largely, of course, courtesy of 6 for 26 for George Hill yesterday, in which he took 5 for 5 in just 41 deliveries, including a couple of belting catches by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's next into bat. But Bean pushing back this Balderson delivery, and there's no run. So Lancs going from 231 for 1 to 276 all out, and putting it entirely down to the change of the ball.
Yeah. Something definitely changed, didn't it, for that big batting collapse.
Balderson in round the wicket, Bean pushing back to him, no run. I'll just pass me that big wooden spoon, will you, again? Give it a stir.
It happens often though, doesn't it, when there's been a big strong batting foundation at the up top. The hard work as such has been done, and I just wonder whether sometimes when first wicket's 180.
Yeah. Balderson's latest delivery dropped just behind him into the gully region by Bean, no run.
It's another good delivery there from Balderson. He's looking good this afternoon. But yeah, when two batters create such a strong foundation, whether it changes the mindset of the next number 3, number 4, is that they don't need to be quite on the money, and then all of a sudden the domino effect happens. And
yeah, Balderson, good delivery here, finds the inside edge of Finlay Bean's bat. Didn't know too much about where that had gone for a moment, but it was safe. Much in the way of ball changing going on in the women's game. Are you one of these? If you obviously this never happens, Phoebes. If you come in and you go for a couple of 4s in a row, you're kind of looking at the ball and come on, Humps. It's it's definitely gone as this one.
I don't think I've ever blamed the ball, but maybe that could be a good one to go to.
Bring 90 game. Short ball here for the first time, really, from Balderson, but been happy to watch that go by the right shoulder. End of over number 17. 37 for the loss of 1 wicket.
I think in our ODI we only played T20 and one-day cricket, and in the one-day cricket we have a new ball from both ends, so that always holds quite...
So you're going to be struggling to get that changed, aren't you?
Yeah, quite true, and quite nicely for the first 10 overs. And it also means if you're bowling well from one end opening up, if your partner's not bowling as well, your bowl stays nice. So you've kind of got that, whatever happens, you're really working hard, and you get the positive side of bowling well, really.
Bailey to George Hill, just pushing into the offside, and there's no run. But surely there's still a temptation if it's not going that well for you and it's going well for your mate at the other end.
Switch
Can we not
balls,
just switch the
Well, our opening bowler Laura Jackson swings the new ball probably about a yard. She has to adapt her run up so dramatically if the ball's swinging or not, and so really could keep with throwing the new ball her end every single time.
Yeah. Bailey in again. Hill over the top of that, once more pushing into the covers. There's no run. Listen, I've just got to pop off and do a BBC Radio Leeds update. Are you okay with ball by ball, seeing as there's nobody else in the room?
Yeah, not a problem. We'll give it a go for the listeners. Be able to do a bit of ball by ball commentary for you all. Bailey and Villas just having a bit of a chat there at the top of his mark. 2 balls in. Again, a lot of focus on the ball and looking at the ball. I think he'll be asking him to maybe... Oh, now it's going to the umpire. Now there was a nice on drive from Bean probably about an over ago for 4 that might have gone into a puddle. So I think the 2 umpires are just having a bit of a chat now. Putting it through the ball hoop that always comes about. And it fits through. It just gives everyone a bit of a chance to reset, and I'm sure the Yorkshire batters will be not wanting a change of ball here. But yeah, it has swollen as the ball, so I don't know how the ball hoop works, but it's not going through the top hole, but it is going through the bottom hole. And just running on here with 2 boxes of Duke's balls, and they'll be looking for a like-for-like replacement. Obviously, it's 17.2 overs in. Score is 37 for 1. Bean is 14 runs off 53 deliveries, and Hill is 10 from 32.
Have we got an issue with the ball here? What's going on then, Phoebe?
So there was an on drive from Bean probably 2 overs ago that went down into the boundary rope, and I think it might have reached a puddle. Anyway, they've put the ball through the ball hoop. It goes through the bottom hoop, not through the top hoop.
Does that mean it's failed?
And so I think it's failed its driving test, and it's getting a replacement, which was what did all the damage yesterday for Hill. So it's a bit of karma for Hill out there with the bat.
Don't mention this to Paul Allett. I think he'll get him going again.
Yeah, apparently it was Steve Thompson that tweeted in.
Well, let's see what this change of ball does. But this has been terrific from Hill and Bean, hasn't it? Fantastic. Got a partnership that they've put together here. Stuck it out for Yorkshire.
Yeah, there's been a lot of patience out there from the young Bean and Hill. Not too much experience out there between the 2 of them, and facing a very experienced, dominating seam attack from Lancashire. So I was just about to do ball by ball summary there, Scott.
And go for it.
All I've been able to commentate on is the ball. Bailey running in here. That's a lovely strike from George Hill. on drive for 4. Slightly fuller delivery there from Bailey, and a lovely on drive punished by Hill. I think Doigy's back with me now after doing his little stint.
They didn't want me to radio leads. Can you believe that?
It's because they were enthralled and fascinated by my ball-by-ball commentary.
They were.
Purely on the ball.
That's exactly what they just said. As Hill pushes into the offside and there's no run, apart from the fact that they're taking Liz Truss live apparently as well.
Oh wow.
I've been relegated down the batting order because of Liz Truss. That's a shot in the arm for women's cricket, isn't it? Liz Truss, you see, relegated Doigy down the batting order.
Yeah.
Wonder if she's any good. Maybe a signing for the originals.
Don't know.
She's in a prime position.
Yeah, indeed.
Tom Bailey running towards our commentary position then. George Hill solidly behind it, pushes into the offside. And there's no run. So 14 apiece the pair. Steady away. And that's really all they can and should do, I think, at this moment in time. Chew up some balls is that expression that gets used. And they're doing that. One to come in the 18th. So Bailey turns, coming in again past umpire Russell Warren, right arm over the wicket. Hill flicks to leg, and there's no run. In the midst of all that, they were checking the ball. I was trying to talk to the station. Did they actually change the ball?
They did, yes. Yeah. So they ran on with
changed the ball.
Replacement balls. They had the little hoops, and unfortunately the ball did not pass through the top hoop, but looked to pass through the bottom hoop. So I don't know what the crack is there, but ran on with a couple of Duke balls, box of Duke balls, and found a replacement ball there.
They obviously wanted to hoop around, so I think that's the hoop thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, dad joke.
I think Lancashire would love the ball to hoop around right now.
Balderson round the wicket, quite wide on the crease. There's an appeal for LBW, but that for me is always going down leg to the left-handed Finley Bean. A few of them went up for it though, but it just still, there was a fair element of confidence, but not one of those, was it, where you felt like the finger was going to be raised?
Yeah, definitely. The only thing for me, it did trap him on his back pad, but the ball did move a lot, so it was probably missing leg stump, but I can see why the appeal was so big from the Lancashire attack.
Anderson again, and Bean right over the top of this one, pushing to Villas. No run, not sure why he had a little offering of the ball to the bails there, but there you go.
Pretends to run George Hill out of nowhere and is cackling to himself. Love that. I think the things you have to do to entertain yourself in 4-day cricket. Only 18 overs out in the field he is.
Bean pushing into the covers this time, and here is Villas again. Jog across to the fielding. They get through for a single. I enjoyed that interview Scott did last night. I was cracking on with the work. He had Keaton Jennings up against this backdrop just to my left, and the subtle way that players sometimes have of saying things, and they were talking about the ball, and so what was the feeling of change out there? Was it the ball? What did you think in terms of the age of the ball compared to the one that was discarded? And he said something to the effect of, you couldn't read the writing on the one that was discarded, but on the one that replaced it, you could. Balderson in. Hill pushes pleasantly through the covers and will pick up 4. Beautiful timing, just leant on it.
Yeah, gorgeous shot from George Hill there, and the ball's just landed in a puddle in the covers for all this chat about balls and...
Yeah. What a load of water on the covers over there.
But yeah, that's a lovely shot from Hill there. Slightly wider delivery from Balderson, is just lent into it and punched it through the covers for 4.
So everybody inspecting it. I think it's going to go around the crowd in a moment. See if they can have a look and also try and dry and shine it. Kevin Howells coming in for me in a couple of deliveries time. So that takes George Hill on to 18, has the predominance of Yorkshire's 46 for 1, and again punches nicely into the offside, this time a little bit more central. It was a square of that previous ball that he hit for 4. Picks up a single, just holds the back of his right hamstring as he pulls up at the non-striking end. Can you lend me that ice pack that you've been using?
Well, they haven't run many singles, have they? So
might just be a little bit cold out there.
It has turned into a lovely afternoon, hasn't it, here, Emirates Old Trafford?
Beautiful. I thought Kev might have brought the coffees in with him when he came in, but no such luck, as Balderson to Bean to complete the over with a dot. End of the 19th then. Hill 19 and Bean on 15. 47 for 1 Yorkshire in response to Lancashire's 276 all out. I'll step out, a few words from Phoebe, and then Kev will be alongside her.
Yeah, so 47 for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Tom Bailey continuing from the James Anderson end, and it's been a innings of patience here from both Hill and Bean. 19 runs scored by Hill from 38 deliveries and 15 for Bean off 57 deliveries. Both seem to be reading the pitch well and playing a few more shots to add to their calibre.
Thank you very much. I'm pressing buttons on the wrong kit everywhere. There we go. That was a good start. It's one of my best starts, actually.
Yeah,
did anything happen? No. Still 47 for 1.
I could hear you.
Could you? Could you hear me?
Anyone else could.
That's because you're sitting next to me.
No one else could.
Yeah.
But it was a fabulous start.
I thought it did well. So you're right. I mean, the weather's picked up. I think it's just a bit cooler and fresher out there today. Certainly quite a strong breeze blowing, but at least the sun is shining after that late start today. Next ball bowled past the off-stump through to the keeper. Patience is something allegedly the young people do struggle with, but delighted for young Finlay Bean. I mean, that 57 balls for his 15. How many was it? Was it 17 odd before he got off the mark? Something around that mark. I'm sure there have been nerves. A few butterflies.
Oh, definitely. No, he's played a superb innings here and great start, like you say. I think holding your nerve in situations like this when you're facing Williams and Bailey, the opening attack.
That is Bailey who comes in and bowls now down the leg side, taken there by the keeper. Trying to make further breakthroughs here following the loss of Adam Lythe. Had his nose plastered up a bit, didn't he? Fearsome blow. Well, I say a fearsome blow. I mean, it looked nasty yesterday. He was feeling close in. Parried onto his nose, we think. I was actually sitting in reception as he walked in this morning. I didn't like to stare, Phoebe.
Oh, really?
But I
was
wanted
it?
to.
Yeah.
I wanted to stare at his nose, but I didn't. Hill, it is facing and turned away onto the onside, and there should be no run.
At least you know what's happened. You could might have presumed otherwise, wouldn't you, if you'd have seen him with the bus nose this morning?
No, I wouldn't actually. I would have thought there'd been a very unfortunate accident in the bathroom as he slipped. And back, yes, but you're right. At least I knew why, maybe.
I remember often at work, some of the lads played rugby and they'd come in with black eyes, and it was the first thing they'd ever say, like, I've been playing rugby at the weekend.
Yeah, right. Hill's on 19 and into the offside. No run, and that is the completion now. Of maiden over? No, anyway, it's.
Oh, look to be.
So one, but there we are. We're at 0.5 everywhere now. Everybody's in agreement. At one point, it did look as if some thought that was completion over.
Ready to complete the M. on the scorebook then.
At least you can vouch. It wasn't just me, was it? A bit of confusion. So this should be the last ball of the over. And will it be a maiden? Well, it won't be, I'm afraid. It's just flown in between second slip and fourth, and it runs down to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. That was in the air for a little while there. Frustration for the slip cordon for Lancashire and for the bowler as well. Where that third slip would have been, and once through that gap, over the rope it goes. So 4 runs, which takes Yorkshire past the 50 mark, 51 for 1. Hill on 23 now from 44 balls, and Bean on 15 from 57 on his debut, and Bailey's bowled his 8 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs. As we look out here from our commentary position, on a decent number in today. I imagine a lot would have perhaps taken a look at the forecast and wondered how much cricket we're going to get in. We've got tea at 3:25, regardless of overs, and we'll resume obviously at 4:15 and try and get through as many as we can. In terms of the board tennis, the 49 overs due still to be completed today. And we started at 5 to 1, and we're going to see a bit of spin introduced here. Phoebe Graham with us. A bit of Matt Parkinson, just like yourself, straight back off the 100 into other duties here for Parkinson.
Yeah, so straight in from the finals that he played at Lord's on Saturday. Bowled really well in the 100 format, and just an adaptation of your game coming straight into 4-day cricket. I think it is just making sure that they bowl their ball for as long as possible, as George Hill said he did yesterday, picking up his 6 wickets. So they'll hopefully look to see if there's a bit in the pitch for Parkinson here.
Keaton Jennings has just been off the field. He's making his way back on. He's been off to get his helmet and position himself there, forward short leg. Whilst that's been going on, Parkinson's made a slight alteration as well in the position, I think, of Tom Bailey, is it there at backward point. So moved him into the square in there. You've got a slip in as well. Short, fine leg. Drops Hartley out a little deeper there on extra cover as well. So the first ball in this Roses match of Matt Parkinson, worked away onside. There'll be no run. It was a couple of years ago, and Parkinson took that wicket late on to force the win for the Red Rose over Yorkshire, and he went scampering off almost as far as Altrincham before he turned around and came back in again. It was a wonderful celebration. Down on 1 knee, and that's swept away, and that's been nicely played by Bean, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, I'm sure the reputation of Parkinson being a tricky spinner to face here, but he played that really well. Nice and confident from the young man on his debut. 4 more runs, and Yorkshire moves to 55 for 1. And Bean moves to 19 off 59 balls now.
Definitely. I'm pleased he played that shot because it was going down the leg side. It was a freebie there from Parkinson, and he's still playing his good shots, which is positive to see from Bean.
Again, more alterations just by a couple of yards. The spin of Parkinson. Sun shining here in Manchester now, in and bowls and goes back. Has Bean here to work that on the onside. No run. We'll keep an eye on some other scores, because we know that these two teams, Lancashire wanting to stay in the title race, Yorkshire wanting not to get involved with the relegation battle. Parkinson bowls again, tries to use the wrists here, Bean, to create a little bit of something on the onside.
You can see he's trying to judge how much spin Parkinson's getting at the moment and what's in the pitch for him. At the moment, it doesn't look like there's a lot.
No,
but
sometimes reputation can get you a bit more turn out there, so to speak.
100%.
Let's see what he can do here. Parkinson bowls again, goes back, a little bit of width, and he makes good use of it. Does Bean, fires that away on the offside through point. It's a long boundary out there, and they're going to go through for 3. So Bean will move to 22, take the Yorkshire score up to 58 for 1. After Lancashire were all out in the end today for 276.
It's a lovely shot from Bean there. Parkinson just offered up a little bit extra width there, and he's sat back in his crease and punched that through the offside. Lovely shot.
Come on, Parky. We'll hear quite a bit of that over the next few hours and the next couple of days probably. Oh, he gives that extra flight, driven. A tumbling stop out there by the fielder. That extra cover. It's Bohannon getting down to that one. But it did offer a little bit there to be driven at, and he'll try to take up the challenge, but straight to the fielder. So Lythe out for only 13 off 19 balls. But Finlay Bean on his debut, 22 off 62, and George Hill, who's having a good Roses match so far. He's 23 not out of 45. Hampshire in second in the table. Now, they've had problems with the weather down there as well at Southampton today, as they did yesterday, actually. So Hampshire in their first innings at 352 for 8. Somerset, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, most people are saying, well, they're gone anyway in terms of Division 1 survival. Mathematically, that's not true. So they're fighting as hard as they can. And right now against Somerset, who are second from bottom. And Somerset had 99 for 4 after Gloucestershire were all out for 343. Not saying they gave away their wickets, Gloucestershire, but they seem to be a little bit reckless. We were listening to commentary a little bit earlier today. Meantime, back here at Manchester, that delivery from Bailey is just past the off stump and through to the keeper for no run. But Somerset clearly have got problems of their own in the reply there. Imam is not out on 43. Young James Rue is on 2. George Bartlett made a 33. Tom Abel back for Somerset, and has got a great record against Gloucestershire as Abel, but not today. He was out for only 2. And that game being played at Taunton, back here in Manchester, as Bailey comes around the wicket. Oh, good delivery. He had to be very smartly down on that one.
Yeah, I think Beam nearly yorked himself there. His eyes lit up to play a strong off-drive down the ground, and it wasn't quite there. Tailed in late, and could have quite easily been quite a soft dismissal, but managed to get himself out of trouble.
Indeed so. Indeed so. Bringing a score from Canterbury in the moment as we see this one from Bailey again, past the off stump and through to keeper, no run. It's been a really good day for Feroz Kushi of Essex. He's 154 not out, with Essex against Kent being the game. Kent, similar to Yorkshire, want to make sure that they don't get dragged into a real basement battle over the next couple of weeks. Well, Essex going on great guns, 556 for 8. The game at Canterbury, and Bailey comes around the wicket again. A solid defence. Oohs and ahs from the Lancashire fielders, but I thought Bean played that perfectly well. Remains on 22 not out. And the promotion story is interesting. I mean, most people thinking they're not going to wrap up that title in the second division. Fair enough. I mean, big gap already. And in their game against Leicestershire, they lead Leicestershire by 333 runs. Bearing in mind they're in their second innings. It's only the afternoon session of the second day. Having bowled Leicestershire all out for 93 yesterday. But Nottinghamshire 225, make that 229 for 2 now as Bailey bowls again. They'll push into the offside, not finding the gap sufficiently to go through for a single. Hamid was out for 60. Montgomery's 44 not out. Clark on 62. Nottinghamshire 229 for 2. Lead Leicestershire by 337. So that's Nottinghamshire doing well in that game, doing well in terms of perhaps picking up the title at some point. But who's going to go up with them? Well, Glamorgan, Worcestershire. Worcestershire mathematically still in promotion interest, but Glamorgan in a better position in the table. Glamorgan at 3 for no wicket after Worcestershire declared at Cardiff at 454 for 9. Bailey bowls, ducks out of the way of that one. Has been through to the keeper. And Derbyshire still have an interest there in promotion, and they are having been bowled out for 306 against Durham in Derby. Durham now a 110 for 2. So that is the situation around the country on this Tuesday afternoon. It's the second day, this latest round. We've got 3 more rounds to come of the championship in the men's competition. But there's still so much cricket to come, isn't there? Both men's and women's cricket, international, domestically.
No,
over the
it
next
never
few
stops,
weeks.
does it?
Never stops. Well, it will do, I think, on September the 29th, September the 30th, as we see Parkinson give that plenty of air as well and driven straight out there to extra cover. I quite like the idea that it all wraps up just at the end of the month, so October the 1st.
Cricket.
It's over.
It's over.
Sort of. It's sort of. I know that you're right. I mean, it carries on internationally. It carries on. But Parkinson bowls and it's the offside. There's no other. It's my weird personality. I like that sort of thing. Okay, so cricket right up to the end of September. The 1st of October, no cricket.
Yeah.
Something else, at least for one day, perhaps.
It's madness coming back straight into this 4-day cricket.
Yeah, but it's the sort of madness I like as an observer. Anyway, turn around the corner. Nice little piece of work there from Hill. Putting a Parkinson, get a single. He moves to.
You look at the
24. Go on.
I was just going to say, you normally have a look at the fixture calendar for the summer and you can see the rationale behind it. So this leads into this international, this leads into that, and then it was 100 final Saturday, 4-day Monday. It's like we just need to cram in the rest of the games now, I think, in September.
Keaton just defends that back to Parkinson. I love the opening of your little piece there where you say at the start of the season you take a look at it and you can follow the rationale. I was struggling to follow the rationale even at no, I wasn't. In fact, I mean, I have so much sympathy for Alan Ford who has to look after it all. Goes back and push back up to Parkinson here.
I think what's been nice this year is there's been a real focus on county cricket, and there's been doors opening in the England camp for both Test cricket and ODI cricket. So a lot of players had points to prove. Anderson and Broad at the start of the season.
They did, didn't they? And this one is cut, square cut. I don't think it's going to have the legs on it to get all the way to the boundary. Looks like it's Keaton Jennings chasing that, or Tom Hartley. Anyway.
It was Tom Hartley out there. Very slow outfield here at Emirates Old Trafford. But yeah, it just highlighted the significance of county cricket, and because there were so many challenges and questions around county cricket at the start of the year, with the shake-up of everything that happened with English cricket and the new appointments of head coaches for both the one-day team and the Test team, it once again highlighted where you source your talent from, which is county cricket. And I thought it was brilliant to see both Broad and Anderson fight back for the counties to show this is where it all started and this is where it all began for us to step onto that England pitch.
Well, I love it when you know, Jimmy privately as well, when he speaks up for Championship cricket. It's a real fillip for those of us that love it as well, to know that it means so much to him. Hill's on 24, and that's pushed into the outside. And no run. Bailey bowling again now. But even they had to be a little bit measured about how much they played, and right at the beginning, I think Jimmy missed maybe the first match, maybe a couple of matches early on at the start of the season to make sure that his coming back was going to be just right from an England point of view.
I think a lot of the players now, I think reaching over 28, 29, become a lot more measured in the formats that they play. There's just so much cricket.
Bowls, it's behind that, Hill. Yeah, and still we can't seem to pick up any sense or idea of consensus amongst the county cricket clubs as to the best way forward. Ever was. Oh, the driller's back. Where's the drilling going on? I think he's just a little bit behind the structure they're doing his work out there today. Oh, there's a couple of them. They're bright orange. And a little delay. Once again, this is Croft moving from one side to the other. Still got a couple of slips in a wider sort of gully area and maybe a fourth slip area, backward point. And they're going to actually close that gap. Well, we saw one fly through there, didn't we? That gap. But so it's now definitely according to 3 slips going down for Bailey coming in to bowl. Worked away to mid-on by Hill for no run.
Yeah, and I think the way that Hill plays with his soft hands, it's right to have those 3 slips in, first, second, third slip rather than a gully. He doesn't seem to slash at anything. He's not today anyway. And so if there is going to be an edge, it'll be a fine one.
Took a little discussion between bowler and captain to come to that conclusion. That's the one they reached. Next ball again worked away square behind on the onside. Scampered through for 2. Make the 2 comfortably in the end. Hill moves to 26. And the Yorkshire score to 63 for 1. It's slow work here, but it's also a 50 partnership of 106 balls between Hill and Bean. And what's encouraging, of course, from a Yorkshire point of view, 2 young players on the Roses stage. Always a little bit of extra pressure maybe in a Roses encounter, but they've gone out there, they've concentrated, held their nerve, and so far doing a good job for the visiting county. And that one was squeezed through, but not quite. Ends up there with Croft on the onside.
Yeah, there was a huge ripple from the Yorkshire away team dressing room, banging on the window screen as well. I think showed the importance and respect that they had for those 2 young players out there. That's normally the sort of ripple you'd get for a 100 partnership, I think.
They must have been fearing that where this game was going yesterday afternoon before Hill tore in and took those wickets. Next ball goes back and oohs and ahs again, but no run. It's worked away to Balderson doing the fielding on the onside, and that will be the end of that over at 63 for 1. Hill on 26, Bean on 24. This pair doing a really good job. Bailey's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 22 runs. Am I moved 2 minutes? I have to wait 2 minutes. I don't know what you've got to wait, but I've got to wait 2 minutes. 2 runs coming.
2 minutes for me as well. We've been
2 minutes for us both.
Yeah.
Go. What are we going to do with these 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
I feel under some pressure now to make these 2 minutes really count, but I don't know. What do you reckon? Come on, I'm giving you 2 minutes now. What is the thing you want to say in the next 2 minutes?
I just feel the pressure too much now.
It's a big
Leave it to Matt Parkinson to hopefully
well, exactly.
get a wicket, and that'll do the job for us, won't it?
You can say that. I couldn't possibly say that. Give us something to talk about in this couple of minutes before Scott will join us, as Parkinson does. Bowl, and that's driven. Doesn't necessarily time it that well. But 63 for 1. At the moment, we've got 44.5 overs. I think we'll be playing to time now in tea. 3:25 today. Parkinson in bowls. Oh, just out of the reach of the man at forward short leg. That's Jennings. They'll go through for 1. 64 for 1. And Beans onto 25 from 73. That would have got Lancashire supporters and the players a little excited, and maybe even a summariser sitting not too far away from me. As Parkinson bowls and solid defence pushed into the outside. But that was close.
It was close, yeah. I think for Parkinson, that's why short leg is such a good option for him. And wicket-taking fielder, really. Puts the pressure on the batters as well.
And it's Keaton Jennings who goes down there in that position. Driven. Croft tumbling stop there at mid-off. They'll go through for 1. Take the score to 65 for 1, trailing by 211. So a couple of runs so far coming from these first 4 balls of this over. Parkinson again, face of concentration. He's going, moves in away from us here now. Plenty of flight given that one. And again, Bean has to be watchful to push it back up. Nothing too elaborate.
Well, yeah, if anything, it just puts that extra bit of doubt in his mind after being close to being caught there by Keaton Jennings at short leg. Can see that he's now just that little bit more tentative.
Bean facing again and defended back up to the bowler. Well, I thought we did well in those 2 minutes, Phoebe.
Brilliant.
65 for 1. I think it was one of my better 2 minutes, actually. Hill on 27, Bean on 25, and Parkinson's bowls 3 overs gone for 12 runs. So who's going to move first? Oh, the boss says, and when the boss says, we do.
So I will
and I've no idea what button you're on, so don't.
I think I'm green, so
I'll
turn this off and hand over to Paul Allett.
Okay. Well, you haven't switched me off, which is a good thing. No, you're going to hand over to Scott. It's going very well so far, Scott. It's this handover.
Sorry
And once
about
you're
that.
in there, I guess I can move over as well, but I've no idea which button I'm on.
You're on the red one.
Okay, there we are. Paul Alice will replace me.
Thanks, Kevin. I think Kevin just said that we think we're playing to time, so 3:25 tea. Quite a lengthy final session, though, isn't it? Got 44 overs left today, with Yorkshire 65 for 1, Hill 27, Bean 25. The last time you and I were together on commentary, Paul, these two were both on naught, and just starting out. They batted well together.
Played really well, yeah. Very impressed with Bean, who's been patient.
Here's Balderson. That's edged by Hill, but down into the ground. Stopped by Keaton Jennings at second slip.
Pretty impressed with George Hill as well. That's about the first false stroke he's played. It just looked as though it kept a little bit low on him as he looked to defend it. We've got wires everywhere again,
Yeah.
haven't we? Wires.
Yeah. A bit of all sorts going on.
Yeah. We've got a new gadget though today.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with that.
Thanks. Balderson to Hill. That's a forward defensive. It deflects away into the onside. No run.
You were leaping around the commentary box earlier, weren't you, with this box of tricks?
Yeah, I was quite excited by it, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were.
I need to get out more, don't I?
A little bit, yeah. I think. Not quite sure which piece of kit it was. Is it this one?
It's that one, yeah, that one.
The ISDN mixer GC5, of course.
Balderson into Hill, who plays forward and defence. There's Hartley coming up from cover, no run. We had a few technical issues yesterday, which we think we've resolved. He says with not a great deal of optimism.
Well, it was your attempt to sabotage things by spilling soup all over the place as well. That I don't think that works,
No.
really.
Didn't help, did it?
No.
He just cleaned it up as well. Balderson to Hill. It's defended again. Bouncing back towards Balderson, and again there's no run. 65 for 1. 27 to Hill, 25 to Bean. It feels a bit like when Wells and Jennings were batting yesterday now. It looks like an absolute belting pitch again, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it's been a little confusing, to say the least.
Balderson to Hill. That comes off the inner half of the bat, just deflects away, back with a square. There's Matt Parkinson fielding for Lancashire. No run.
There's plenty of excitement from the fielding side anyway, sort of half appeals and oohs and ahs, but that's sort of de rigueur these days, isn't it? It happens virtually 3 or 4 times and over. But it does look a fairly flat surface. Parkinson not getting much turn, Balderson not getting much seam or swing.
Into Hill, who defends again. It's another one chalked off. So 26 overs gone of the Yorkshire first innings, 65 for 1. Hill 27 and Bean on 25.
So we've got a bit of attritional cricket, really, haven't we? You know, under 3 and over. 2 youngsters, 20-year-old, 21-year-old at the crease, both into the mid-20s in terms of scores now. And Bean playing his first innings in first-class cricket. What a place to make your debut at Emirates Old Trafford in a Roses match. We were talking about nerves earlier on that. Added nerves for Roses matches, I think. And if it's your debut as well, there'll be a few of those around. Although he's batted long enough now to settle down. 75 balls he's faced. Played 75 minutes roundabout.
Parkinson readjusting his field on the leg side. There's a deep backward square leg, a short fine leg, forward short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. To the leg side, he's around the wicket. There's cries of catch as he sweeps the ball, which he meets on the fall. It goes down towards a deep backward square leg. And through for a single. Bean moves on to 26, 66 for 1. Matt Parkinson has obviously not played first-class cricket for some time.
No, and he missed a game earlier in the season with Lancashire as well.
Over the wicket this time to Hill. That's defended to the leg side. There's no run.
Just gave him a little bit of a break, I think.
He bowled a lot, didn't he, right at the very start of the season?
He did, on dry pitches, not quick pitches. Bowled well. There's not much pace in this, though, for him.
Fizzes one in, and down comes Hill. That's worked away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He played in the final round of championship fixtures before the break for the One-Day Cup, with Lancashire beating Northamptonshire at Wanties Road. Didn't bowl too much, though, in that game. Nudged away to the leg side by Hill. And Jack Morley, who's on the field as a 12th man there for Lancashire. Back with Parkinson. Getting used to the feet from Hill. Trying to force the ball out through the leg side. And there's no run. He's had a pretty good year, though, hasn't he, Parkinson? He's bowled a lot. He's picked up plenty of wickets in first-class cricket this season for Lancashire. A little bit flatter this time. Hill goes back and defends again. No run. 25 wickets coming into this. That's the end of the over. 266 for 1. 25 wickets from the 7 games prior to this one that he's played. 25 wickets at an average of 31.
And of course, let's not forget he made his Test debut earlier in the summer. Just seems to have tailed off in England's interest at the moment. It hasn't been selected in the squad for Pakistan in the T20s. And I think he's got himself into a situation where he probably needs to just reset, if you like. I don't think it's criticism, it's just description that he bowls a little bit one-paced. He's got to introduce a bit more variation in pace of bowling, develop a slightly quicker delivery.
Chopped away by Hill, by Bean rather. It's a good stop by Bohannon. He's backward of point, landing up on his knees. Bit of turf off the grounders too, but an excellent stop. It was a late cut and hit pretty firmly.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation as well between the batsmen, but Bohannon couldn't get up and get the ball in. He's still down on his knees now, scratching his head. If he was able to get rid of that ball quickly, there would have been trouble.
It's scamper through for 1, brings Hill back on strike. Flicks this one off the hip. Down to Morley at fine leg for a single. 28 now to Hill. And 68 for 1. Well, England's lost, I guess, is Lancashire's game, because clearly he'll be available now for Lancashire for the remaining part of the season.
Yeah. 2 more games after this in the Championship.
Yeah, week off next week, and then Essex at home and Surrey away for Lancs. Being punched up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
With the final, of course, the Royal London Trophy, but whether quite how the side will be selected for that, it's not been decided yet.
No. Let's see how that unfolds. 68 for 1, halfway through the 28th over. Around the wicket comes Bolson. Punched off the off stump by Bean up to mid-off, where Williams fields, and there's no run. I think of the players that Lancashire would have available for them, I think it's Hartley and Parkinson.
Just 2, yeah. I think so.
The others would be with England that have been away with the 100.
Or injured.
Or indeed injured,
yeah. You're looking at sort of Butler, Livingston, Anderson, not in the frame anyway.
Bolson from around the wicket in the sunshine. Nudged to the onside for no run by Bean.
Salt, Wood. Gleeson doesn't play, only plays T20 really.
Yeah. Week on Saturday, the Royal London One-Day Cup final from Trent Bridge. Should be a good crowd, shouldn't they, for that?
Yeah.
Balderson to beat. No, that's work just beyond the reach of Jennings down at second slip. He'll get 4 for it down towards third man. A little edgy for 4.
It was a genuine edge. Not sure it would have carried to third slip had there been one in there. Perfectly safe, the batsman would say.
A pretty solid looking partnership of 59 for Beaton and Hill. Relatively balanced as well, isn't it? Deliveries faced.
And well, it's encouraging for Yorkshire. I mean, there was some statement or some words on the Yorkshire situation, at them being sort of lower mid-table, and they weren't quite clear of relegation as yet. I think they probably are realistically. But Otis Gibson was saying.
Parkinson's in. Down the pitch comes Hill. That's it firmly past Parkinson for 4. Got that one sweetly.
Yeah, well, Otis Gibson was saying no room for complacency. There's certainly no complacency here. This is a very firm stroke. Just a little shimmy from Hill. Straight back past Parkinson, could hardly move to gather that one in. Straight back past the umpire.
Well, I was about to say they're 19 points clear, but I now have forgotten. Do we know if it's 2 down? I don't think we do yet, do we, this season?
1, isn't it?
Is it just 1 this season? Is it 1? Parkinson in and balls. Forward goes Hill in defence, and there's no run. Well, if it's 1 down, I must admit, I'll be honest with you, I've forgotten. I'm that confused by what's being discussed.
I'm a bit confused. Now you've said that. I always thought it was 1. It might be 2. We need to find out.
Parkinson comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a lovely delivery from Parkinson. Hill's gone. Bowled by Parkinson with a beautiful leg spinner for the Lancashire man.
Yeah, it's a really good delivery, this, by Parkinson. It's pitched. A leg stump probably in at the top of off as Hill played a good forward defensive stroke. When I say good, it was a proper forward defensive. He put a good stride in and it still beat the outside edge. See this again from sideways on for Lancs TV viewers. He's got a good stride in and it's just clipped the top of off stump. And Hill stayed in that position for quite some time, unsure and frustrated as to how that had beaten the outside edge and clipped the stumps. Really good delivery from Parkinson. It's 76 for 2 now, Yorkshire.
That's what he can do, isn't it, Parks? That kind of almost kind of magic ball. Maybe not much happening, and he can send that down.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does turn the ball. There's no question about that. And the only slight criticism is that he's become a little bit, or he is one-paced and perhaps a little bit too slow through the air to go right to the top of the tree at Test match level. He will dispute that, of course. But a little variation in pace would assist him greatly.
Well, he's produced a lovely delivery there, lovely leg spinner. And the ball clattering into the stumps, and that's a welcome breakthrough for Lancashire. A good start there. So I say good opening partnership, but it felt like a good opening partnership. The weather, obviously live was out pretty cheaply, but they've put together a very handy 63 to Yorkshire youngsters. Hill has been bowled by Matt Parkinson to bring Tom Kohler-Cadmore out to the middle. And Parkinson is in, driven out through the offside along the ground through extra cover where Bohannon fields, and there is no run. 76 for 2 into the back end of the afternoon session, day 2. Parkinson again forward goes Kohler-Cadmore. Ball deflects away into the leg side. There's a slip in place. Actually, he's been in place since Parkinson came into the attack, but he continues to be there. Luke Wells, and there's a forward short leg, which is Keaton Jennings, both crouching down. Colin Cadmore bat in front of his pad, deflects the ball back along the pitch. And gathered by Matt Parkinson, who has picked up his first wicket. And Yorkshire 76 for 2. 29 overs gone of their first innings in reply to that total that Lancashire made of 276 at the bottom right of the screen. Trail exactly by 200, the White Rose.
Well, Lancashire will be hoping, and Matt Parkinson especially, be hoping there's more of that to come. And having seen that ball spin off the pitch, not out of the footholes, but actually off the line of the stumps, that's encouraging for Lancashire. I'd be surprised if we don't see Tom Hartley into action fairly soon.
Bowler's around the wicket, being up onto his toes, pops it into the offside. Croft comes up from cover, no run. And remains on 31. We've not seen Hartley yet, have we? We just had 5 overs from Parkinson, 7 from Williams and 10 from Bailey. Balderson now into his 8th.
What are you giggling at now?
Balderson in to Bean. That's angled out towards the offside. There's no run. I don't know. I'm feeling giggly. 76 for 2. Well, I think I don't know. Do we know if T's at 25 past 3?
We don't know much, do we? I mean,
should we start again? Should we go off air and come back on with something?
It said 3:25, or they said 3:25, but whilst lunch is an immovable feast, tea can be moved.
Yeah, true. Balderson to Bean. Play it back down the pitch and there's no run. Well, yeah, it was 25 past 3, but I don't know if it's 25 past 3 or 32 overs left. Anyway, either way.
Find out in a minute, won't we?
We're not that far away from knowing. 76 for 2. Bean on 31. 2 slips. Crouching down. Balderson to Bean. And that's a forward defensive. The ball bounces and bobbles its way up. There's lots of B's involved in this, up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Kevin Howes is pointing to his watch. Does that mean it's T 20? Thank you. 25 past T will be, regardless of overs remaining in the day. Oh, we'll confirm that one piece of news. Do we have a confirmation on the other?
2 down.
It's 2 down, is it? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So presumably 2 up. Oh no, maybe that's not.
Yeah, no. Well, it's 2 up. Yeah.
Balderson to Bean. It's off the back foot into the offside for no run. Is that much conversation? I'm honestly completely baffled myself as to what's going on, either this season or next season or beyond.
Well, all the discussion was that things were going to change for 2023.
That's not happening though, is it? No, right.
Nothing will happen till 2024. Well, I mean, we're talking about this since 1981.
Balderson to Bean. That's defended to mid-off.
I kid you not.
Did lose the world.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bob Willis and I sat on the boundary in Baroda, which is now Vadodara, in northern India, during one of the lead-up games to the first test on the 81-82 tour of India. And we sat there with sheets of foolscap paper working out a new schedule for county cricket.
What year was
4-day
it?
81.
81, okay.
4-day cricket.
Yep.
Blocks, championship, 1-day cricket.
Yep.
And we worked out the diary, and
Parkinson in, defended into the offside, no run.
It all fitted rather nicely together.
Yeah.
And at various times over the next 20 years, we put it to various people at TCCB, ECB, England coaches, whatever. I remember having a meeting with Duncan Fletcher in the hotel in Bulawayo in Zimbabwe.
Colin Cadmore defends, again no run.
And he thought it was a good idea, but he couldn't do anything. It was above his station to be suggesting that as England coach at the time. And anyway, here we are, everybody's still discussing it. 42 years later, 41 years later. Hey ho.
Parkinson to Colin Cadmore. And that's defended, there's no run. How many championship matches were played in 81 then?
Good question. 16 or more than 16. I must have played more. Must have played more than 16. I think there were only 17 counties though. Durham weren't first-class county.
Second slip in place. Got the Cadmore on strike. Here's Parkinson in. Forward again. The ball deflects away to short leg where Jennings fields and there's no run.
Well, generally you'd play 2 a week. You could play 7 days on the trot, 14 days on the trot, 2 3-day games. Start a game on a Saturday, Sunday league game on a Sunday, finish the game Monday, Tuesday, play Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Parkinson to call a Cadmore, driven into the offside, no run.
Then you could play again Saturday, Monday, Tuesday with a Sunday league game on the Sunday. So you could have stretches of cricket where there were 3 3-day games and 2 John Player games. So that's 11 days cricket on the trot with travelling in between.
Final ball of the over. Again defended to the leg side by Caller Cadmore and off the front foot. A smother of spin that Parkinson may be generating. Is that tee? It is. Kevin Howells, as ever, absolutely spot on with his information. 76 for 2.
Well, it's finally poised the game, isn't it? I wouldn't have thought I was going to say this at tea yesterday, with Lancashire in the ascendancy. But Yorkshire have come back admirably. They've fought really hard with the ball, bowled Lancashire out for 276 today, about 20 minutes after play started. And there's a battle on now as Lancashire try to take the wickets. We've seen a good performance from Finlay Bean, who is 31 not out on debut, faced 87 balls, opened the batting. Caller Cadmore yet to get off the mark. Yorkshire go to tea at 76 for 2, trailing by 200.
For those listening on 5 Sports Extra, here is Kevin Howells. And as the ground staff just wander, well, at least 2 members of the ground staff wander out to the middle with an enormously large broom to do a bit of sweeping. We'll take tea. As you can see, the final session set to resume at 4:15. 76 for 2. We'll catch you then.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club.
The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Second day's play between Lancashire and Yorkshire in this Roses clash in the LV County Championship, and the game fascinatingly poised at tee on day 2. Missed the whole of the morning session due to rain and a wet outfield, but play got underway just after lunch. Lancashire bowled out for 276 and Yorkshire in reply are 76 for 2. Phoebe Graham's alongside me. Phoebe, it's been quite an interesting afternoon session though.
It has, yeah, and it's a glorious day now at Emirates Old Trafford. I think this morning we didn't know how much play would undergo, but it's been a great morning's play. A lot of movement early up with the new ball, but we've seen a lot of patience from the Yorkshire openers despite the early live dismissal. And I think now we've had that breakthrough wicket from Parkinson, we'll see things change again. Yeah,
what's your impression of the wicket? Because at times it's appeared really pretty flat, and then there have been flurries of activity where wickets have fallen quite quickly.
Yeah, it feels like the weather's also playing a lot into it, and since the sun's come out it's looked a lot easier to play, a little less swing with the ball as well. So yeah, there's still definitely something in it for the bowlers, but I think it's a case of batters taking the time to build their innings.
How do you think Lancashire will approach this? I mean, they would have been disappointed after dominating the first 2 sessions of play yesterday, been disappointed to be bowled out for 276. So how are they going to approach this this post-tea session?
Yeah, definitely, and I think they would have wanted a couple more wickets early on with the new ball. Balderson looked really threatening from the Brian Statham end. Bales bowled really well from the top end, but they just didn't get those decisions their way. A few big LBW calls, a few balls nicking through to third man for 4 that could have another day been a cut catch. So I think it's just them being persistent. They're bowling and hitting the right areas and building that pressure. But Yorkshire just ran away a little bit at the start there, and they've dragged them back, so to get them 2 down.
Good effort by Finn Bean. He's making his debut here at Emirates Old Trafford for Yorkshire, and opened the batting, and he's still there. 37 not out, is he? Yeah, something like that. They've taken the score off the that's the problem with electronic scoreboards. In the good old days, you could turn round and you could read the score. At the moment, there's an advert for something. Anyway, Finn Bean, come on, tell me about Finn.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with him. It was a real patient start from Finn Bean as well. I think it was 13, 14 balls before he scored his first run, and there must have been a lot of nerves out there with a very experienced Lancashire attack. But some of the shots that he's played have been world class. He's played some really nice on drives through the onside, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he continues to.
He's played well against Tom Bailey and Will Williams. I thought Will Williams was the pick of the Lancashire seamers prior to tea. He just doesn't bowl a bad ball, does he?
He doesn't. Yeah, he bowled really, really well there, and there was a lot of nibble as well when the ball was a little bit newer. So I think there's going to be more opportunity for Williams to take that wicket later on in the game as well.
I think we've got 38 overs left to play through the rest of the afternoon, so a substantial chunk of play. We've already seen one or two balls turn quite sharply from Matt Parkinson, and the ball that he got George Hill with was an absolute stunner, wasn't it?
It was. It was an excellent delivery and well-deserved LBW there for Parkinson. Ball, the flight that he's giving the ball at the moment, I think it just enables it to have that extra bit of turn and bounce for him. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant.
And we haven't seen Tom Hartley yet, so we might see the two spinners in tandem.
Yeah, definitely. And Tom Hartley had an excellent 100 campaign and showed how effective he was in that shorter format. And I think if he can bring that into today's game and bowl his best ball for even longer periods, then I think him and Parkinson could do some real damage in this middle period.
How difficult do you think it is for those two in particular, who've just played 5-6 weeks of 100-ball cricket, to suddenly turn around in the space of less than 48 hours and start bowling with a red ball in a completely different environment?
I think it's just a huge change of mindset, and I think probably saw it in Parkinson's first over. He offered a wide short ball, a fuller delivery, and it was just a case of getting that rhythm back. And as soon as that rhythm clicked in the second, third over, you could see he was back on the money. But he won't have had a training session before this with a red ball in his hand.
I mean, variety and variation is basically the staple of white ball cricket, whereas patience and nagging predictability, if you like, is the staple of red ball cricket. Two very different disciplines, aren't they?
Definitely, and like I say, it is a mindset thing. Both and all players have the capabilities to switch into different formats quickly, but it's almost remembering what your task in hand is when you're stepping onto your mark. And I think that's where, since Parkinson settles into his overs, we've seen those results come through.
So Lancashire 200 ahead still. A couple of wickets down Yorkshire. What will Lancashire be aiming to do through this post-tea session?
I think with the momentum behind them now, they want to pick up a quick couple of wickets post-tea. I think they'll be happy if they can contain Yorkshire to below 200 today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pressure's on Lancashire, because to stand any chance in the county championship, they've got to win all 3 games. So they've got to get themselves into a position where they can force a victory here.
Definitely, and I think that's what makes it such an exciting game, is that we know that Lancashire want a result and they're going to have to play in order to get a result as well, which always makes 4-day cricket that little bit more exciting. And Yorkshire will counter anything Lancs are trying to do, because Yorkshire is kind of in the relegation battle, but more importantly, they don't want their derby game to be won by Lancashire.
No, and there's always a little bit of extra edge in these Roses matches, isn't there?
Definitely. I think it's where the extra spice comes from, and yeah, that's where I think Yorkshire will do everything beyond measure to make sure Lancashire don't win today.
And all the Lancashire lads are here ready to go out. I don't know where the umpires are.
We might go out and umpire by the looks of things.
We'll probably have to. How much more cricket have you got this summer, as you personally?
Yeah, so we've got 3 games left for the Thunder in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint competition. So we're away Friday, Sunday to the Sunrisers and the Southern Vipers, and then we're back here for our final game at Emirates Old Trafford on Saturday the 17th. So really looking forward to that.
And how are things going for you personally?
Yeah, good. Just came off the back of the 100 with the Manchester Originals, which was an excellent campaign. We're on the wrong side of some really close games, but just excited to be back with the Thunder Girls and finish the season strong with them.
You've enjoyed your time and your move over to Emirates Old Trafford?
Yeah, it's been a brilliant, incredible setup, fabulous coaching and development, and a really good set of girls, so it's been a great move over.
And has there been much interaction between the men's and the women's teams in terms of coaching and training?
Not massively, but there is probably more and more of that happening, and I think leading into the winter we've got sort of back-to-back training time, so I can see that crossover happening more and more. It happened more in the 100 when those natural games were back-to-back and you were training closer to one another, but at the moment the men's and women's schedules are so different that we don't have that same crossover.
And of course, you know, you don't play any red ball cricket. Do you ever, when you're watching the men playing red ball, do you ever think, yeah, we'd really like to have a bit of a go at this at county level?
Definitely. I think the thing for women's cricket at the moment is when you play test cricket, the first time you do it is in an international shirt, and really we need to be playing it domestically to see who are those longer format players.
Good stuff. Okay, well, players, umpires and players all making their way onto the ground here at Emirates Old Trafford for this post-tea session. 38 overs left in the day's play. Yorkshire 200 behind, Lancashire's 276. They're 2 wickets down. Let's get up to our commentators.
And looks like we're kind of forecast. It was forecast for a little bit of rain potentially this afternoon, but maybe that was wrong because there's plenty of blue sky above us, and there's the odd cloud, bit of wind as well, and we're watching the 2 Yorkshire batters head out. Bean and Caller Cadmore. Scott Root and Jonathan Doidge with you to start this evening session, and Bean's batted well, hasn't he?
He has. Bean and Caller Cadmore sounds like some sort of mixture you should take if you've got, you know, an ailment, doesn't it? Take your Bean and Caller Cadmore, you'll be fine. Maybe it's what Yorkshire need for the wickets. They've ailed a couple of them. Adam Lyth 13 and George Hill 32, the 2 dismissed batters. Yeah, he has played well. He's played with patience, Finlay Bean. Very early days, of course, his first class innings, 31 off 87. He's been patient. He's been presented with a few opportunities and he's taken those. 5 boundaries. But he's now got to go back in and effectively start again after that little break in play where we've seen Harry Duke and Jack Shutt doing a few shuttle runs across the field. Must admit, Jack Shutt looked like he was completely and utterly gone at the end of it. Harry Duke was still full of energy. It was a bit like that sort of proverbial Duracell bunny. So Bailey, in fact, not Bailey, it is Williams, of course, for the first ball of the evening session on day 2. Pushed out square on the offside by Finlay Bean, who adds to his 31 with a single. 77 for 2. They've gone with 2 slips to start with here. It was a good delivery, wasn't it? Got George Hill out by Matt Parkinson, playing down the wrong line.
Yes, it was. It turned, didn't it? Turned off the straight as well, and that would encourage Parkinson, encourage the spinners in this match. Might make for an intriguing final session, that wicket of Parkinson. It did turn quite a bit, didn't it?
Williams switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Caller Cadmore, who opens the face and drops it into the turf. Keaton Jennings with a tumbling stop at second slip. We're talking other spinners in this match. Don Bess, of course, Yorkshire's spinner. 26 overs, 4 maidens, none for 92. Kind of wasn't overly enamoured with his own performance with the ball yesterday. Could have done better, type of feel to his comment. So he'll be striving for more success second time around. As Caller Cadmore opens the face and pushes it out to point. Where it's Bailey doing the fielding. And there's no run. Smattering of spectators opposite us. The James Anderson end of the ground. Can't see round to our left as to what's going on at this end. Not sure if they gave an attendance figure out yesterday.
I think they did. It looked pretty decent, didn't it? It was quite. I thought it was quite small at the start of play, but it did seem to thicken out a bit as the day went on.
Here he comes again, Williams. A little bit of pace about that. Caller Cadmore offering forward to it through to Lavelle. Good delivery. There or thereabouts. TKC doing a bit of gardening. Got 100. After the announcement had been made that he was leaving the county, just about inevitable as the way that sport goes, that off we all toddled down to Taunton, the place where he's going to be playing his trade in the future, and he came up with exactly 100 against his future county. Here he is waiting, punching into the leg side to mid-on. There's no run.
I saw that actually, and I obviously heard about the move, and I just assumed that he'd made that move early. I thought he got those runs for Somerset. I thought, oh, they must have come to an agreement, the two clubs, that he can move to Somerset early. It's slightly weird, though, isn't it? Scoring a century against your future employers.
Yeah, and of course he hadn't been playing much in the way of county cricket after the head injury earlier this year. It's pushed into the offside. No, I'm just checking back. Actually, I think it was his first game back. Because, yeah, he didn't play against Surrey at Scarborough. There was some debate about whether he wasn't going to play. Ultimately, did not. And so, yeah, his first class match of the campaign against the team he's going to go play for. Comes up with a ton.
Happy day.
But if one of those where Somerset, of course, you know, you never want any opposition batsman to get 100, but if you're ever going to have to suffer that one, then it's a player you're looking forward to seeing playing in your own colours next year.
Yeah.
End of the over, 77 for 2.
I guess the Somerset fans are going, oh, he looks like a good signing. It'll be Parkinson to continue after tea from the Statham end, picking up the second wicket of the innings with a lovely leg spinner. A short leg and a slip in place, and Bean on strike. Just eased out towards the leg side where Bohannon fields, and there is no run. It's Bohannon at mid wicket, Williams at deep mid wicket, Croft at mid on. Deep backward square leg. Over the wicket comes Parkinson. Off the back foot. Hit through the offside. Beats the dive of Villas. Bailey will catch up with it. And they come back for 2.
That's a lovely shot, actually, by Finlay Bean. I just love the way he was soft hands, waited for that. Didn't try and overhit it. Just a lovely languid sort of shot.
34 for Finlay Bean on his first class debut for Yorkshire. 34 not out. Parkinson in. Tries to flick it away to the leg side. The ball just deflects off the pad.
Rupert's emailed in saying, what happens to the balls that fail the hoop test? Are they thrown away? Do they dry the wet ones out and see if they can fit? Do they use them for catching practice, general net practice, or are they recycled?
Fizz wide by Parkinson, and Bean off the back foot, slicing the ball out through deep backward point. Tom Hartley fields. Score moves on to 80 for 2.
As usual, I'd be clueless as far as the answer to that question is concerned.
Yeah, I'm sure they are reused. Parkinson's in to call a Cabmore. Club that back over his head. Down towards the boundary at long on for 6. I completely lost sight of it, as you could probably tell. He's hit it back over Parkinson. And in the end, it falls over the rope. Long on for 6. A big hit. We'll watch it back on the replay here. Swish of the bat. And straight away he knew he got 6 for it. 86 for 2.
Yeah, talked about George Hill. You know, self-confessed lover of playing against spin, likes that challenge. Tom Kohler-Cadmore plays it well, and in fact, that was a major case in point in that 100 at Taunton. He took on Jack Leach, smashed him for a couple of big 6s into tier 2 of that Colin Atkinson pavilion.
Parkinson in, clubbed away over mid-off this time. 1 bounce and 4 runs, so he's off the mark with a 6, and then with a 4 for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. That takes him to 10. And that also completes the 33rd over of the Yorkshire innings. 90 for 2. 1 bounce over the rope and into the advertising board for 6.
I think Somerset have got must have a world record on the number of different pavilions they've got around the periphery there.
They've a few, haven't they? Yeah.
They like a good pavilion. Gary has emailed saying, I think there might be 16 captains who play for Yorkshire in one form or another who have captained Yorkshire at any time or any other team who have played in England this year. There will probably be more question mark. I'm not entirely sure I quite understand that, having read it. 16 captains who played for Yorkshire in one form or another. As Bean pushes out into the offside. This first Williams delivery of the over, and it's a dot. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at Jonathan Doidge, at BBC Lanc Sport, at Scott Reed 16.
Yep.
90-2. One ball into the 34th over of this Yorkshire first innings. 276 there. Facing on the board from Lancashire's first attempt with the bat, as Williams is in. Being pushing into the offside with this one. And there's no run. So a bit more Williams background if we can. In a moment or two, because he's turning at the end of his run once again. Round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Bean, who flicks off the hip, finds a gap between square leg and mid-wicket. That's fired back in for the concession of 2 runs. So Bean moving on to 37, 92 for the loss of 2 wickets. Will Williams, 23 first-class wickets, averaging 18.4. Strikes every 52, almost 53 balls. And a fairly even balance between those wickets against lefties and righties. As the left-handed Bean pushes into the offside, there's no run. He's got 10 left-handers, or wickets of 10 left-handers at 14.3, and the wickets of 13 right-handers at 21.5. Dismissed Will Rhodes and Lewis Gregory more than any other batters, a couple of occasions each. And he comes then past umpire Warren. It's short. Bean comfortably underneath that one as it makes its way through to George Lavelle. Put down George Hill, of course, when he was on naught. Not the biggest, not the most costly in the end, with George making 32, but just a few. Want to come in the 34th over then. Finn Bean continuing to be watchful, waiting patiently for his opportunities to unleash scoring strokes. Not with this delivery, which is angled in towards him from round the wicket, to complete that over with a dot. 37 to him, 10 to TKC. 92 for 2 after 34.
Yeah, he signed for Lancashire on this kind of short-term deal before the break for the One-Day Cup. He signed for 2 championship matches. Having played cricket, most of those first-class wickets he's got his first-class career almost exclusively up until that point in New Zealand, playing for Canterbury. And Paul, I think I'm giving Paul Alec the right credit here. I think it's because of his kind of connections. He's not in the box at the minute, but I think because of his connections with New Zealand, Paul, he was kind of aware of Williams, and he came across to play some club cricket in the UK, playing in Somerset, I think it was. As Parkinson's in, that's driven to mid-off. They want a quick single here, and they'll get one. Nicely run by Calder Cavmore. So he played some club cricket in Somerset, and Lancashire gave him a 2-match deal, and then he impressed really well in the 2 championship matches, and 2 matches turned into 3.5 years, and he signed a 3.5-year deal, and he's got a British passport, so he can play as a local player. It's been a great start to his time with the club. That's wide by Parkinson and cut by Bean out towards deep point for a single.
Now, Matt Parkinson, a great surprise, I guess, that out of his 126 first-class wickets prior to the start of this day, 87 of them were right-handers, challenging the outside edge of the right-hander's bat. 87 wickets at 25.2 against right-handers.
Here comes Parkinson in and bowls. No ball signalled by the umpire.
And he did find the edge of Tom Calder Cavmore's bat to some extent. Fielded at first slip. There's no run against left-handers. He's dismissed 39 of those at 24.7, so not a lot in it average-wise. He does strike more often, though, or more quickly against left-handers.
Here comes Parkinson, big appeal for an LBW, turned down by the umpire.
So we're striking at 47.6 against left-handed batters compared to 58.9 against right-handers, and he does concede a little more runs per over as well, and economy rate suffers a little bit, but not massively against the lefties.
Forward once more, Caller Cadmore defends, and there is no run. 96 for 2.
And Michael Burgess clearly doesn't fancy lining up against him because he's dismissed him 5 times in first-class cricket.
Parkinson bounces in, balls again, forward goes Caller Cadmore in defence, bat in front of his pad, good stride down the pitch from Caller Cadmore, reaching for it and easing the ball back along the ground.
In fact, worse still for poor old Michael Burgess. He's faced him 6 times and he's been dismissed by him 5 times, averaging 9.6.
Dear. Final ball of the over, and he's hit that over wide mid-off, down towards the boundary, couple of bounces and 4 runs to complete the over. Again, Caller Cadmore looking to be positive and attacking to Parkinson. That's the 3rd boundary since tee that he's hit off Parkinson's bowling. Second 4 with that 6 as well. That brings up the 100 for Yorkshire. 35 overs gone. 100 on the board. 2 wickets to go. Lyth out early on for 13, caught by Bohannon, short leg. Hill dismissed by a leg spinner from Parkinson. Got Bean and Caller Cadmore together now for Yorkshire. 100 on the board, trail exactly by 176.
Yeah, and TKC mentioned he took on Jack Leach, taking on the leg spin of Parkinson. He's been dismissed a couple of times actually by leggies in his first-class career. Averages 43.5 against them, so he's quite enjoying himself at this moment, but at the non-striking end for now because Finlay Bean pushing back to Will Williams, first ball of the over. 3 figures on the board. He was feeling just a little bit better. And it goes up. And talking of which, Finlay Bean's faced precisely 100 deliveries himself now for his 38, including those 5 fours. 2 slips, got a backward point. Cover, mid-wickets in a closer catching position, mid-on, mid-off, and both a deep backward square and long leg has been punches. This latest delivery back along the ground, and Williams picks up, dispatches it to the appointed ball shiner. Dane Villas looks like he's the man. He's clearly practiced the technique quite a bit as well. Gets the sleeve down over the hand. Give that ball a good rub. Keep it in the best possible condition. 35.2 overs in. Of course, the ball was changed in the 18th over. Bean punches this latest one up to Villas conveniently, quickly in his hand then to give it a shine on the back of the trousers, and there we go. Hand over the sleeve again. Got to look after that ball, especially on a pitch like this. Always feel a little bit more abrasive here. Where that varnish off, that shine off a little bit more quickly as Finlay Bean works one off his legs down to Parkinson at fine leg. They pick up 1. Maybe a change in the field as ever. We checked in from elsewhere much later. We haven't, have we really? Let's see what's going on around the ground. Rain delaying things at Taunton. Gloucestershire 343, Somerset 146 for 4. Elsewhere in the First Division. Essex 573 all out at Canterbury. Kent 38 for 2 in reply. And at Southampton 400 up for Northants. They declared 9 down. Sorry, for Hampshire I should say. As Williams is in. Caller Cadmore pulling his bat inside the line of that one. At Northants 27 without loss in reply after 5 overs there at Southampton in Div 2. Well, Notts, having scored 201 and bowled out Leicestershire for 93, are in a very, very strong position. 296 for 5, leading by 404. Play ongoing there. In fact, no, it's a T, I should say. And match delayed by rain down at Cardiff. Worcestershire 454 for 9. Glamorgan 61 for 1 in reply. Long way behind. Williams in again. Kohler Cadmore walks into this and then turns it square-ish on the leg side. End of that over at 101 for 2. 36 now bowled in this Yorkshire first innings. And to complete the roundup at Derby. Derbyshire 306 all out. Durham 142 for 4.
Listeners on 5 Sports Extra will be joining us around about, leaving us around about 5 o'clock for the tennis, the US Open tennis, from 5 o'clock on Sports Extra. So about 50 minutes or so away. Day 9 of the US Open. It's from 5 o'clock on Sports Extra. Coverage, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app, and Lancs TV. Live here from Emirates Old Trafford, where Bailey's going to replace Parkinson. So Parkinson, a little 2-over spell just after tea, but costly one. Went for 21 runs, so Kohler Cadmore took a bit of a shine to him. So he's replaced, and Bailey returns. 10 overs, 3 maidens for 22 for Tom Bailey. I think all 10 overs were from this Statham end. So he comes in to replace Matt Parkinson. 101 for 2.
He did bowl a bit at the Anderson end as well.
He's got a couple of slips in place. Fine leg, deepish square leg, mid wicket, deep point, mid off. Actually, Morley, who was at mid off, is now going to extra cover, so will be a mid off in Villas and mid on in Parkinson. So he's barely to bowl around the wicket to Bean. 39 not out. And stomping in and balls, he plays off the front foot. And eased away into the offside where Morley fields and there's no run.
He's had a good time of things against Adam Lyth over the years. 7 times he's dismissed him in first class cricket. 251 wickets, Tom Bailey. Also seen the back of David Milan a few times as well.
Balls to Bean. It's driven to the right of mid-off, and Villas goes chasing after it. Scoops the ball up. They do come back for 2. Takes Finley Bean to 41. The score moves on to 103 for 2. The entire outfield now bathed in sunshine. Nice bright late afternoon. And a delayed start. Didn't underway till 5 to 1. Rain around Manchester first thing this morning, so the start time was pushed back. It's 4 but wide off stump by Bailey and left and taken by the keeper. There's no run.
He's got an excellent record, hasn't he? Average is 21.9. It's a wicket every 48 balls. I was asking a question. Again, reasonably even between left and right hand. So shows his adaptability.
He's again looking for his first wicket of this match. It's off the back foot and forced out into the offside. Bounces around just to the right of Morley at cover, but Bean doesn't get through for 1. Remains on 41, 103 for 2.
Slightly more success bowling against right-handers. Averages 21.2. 23.1 against the lefties like Finn Bean.
And he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips waiting. Shadow follows him as he comes past the umpire now. Quite wide of the crease and bowls. Forward goes Bean. Trying to ease that ball away, trying to find a gap through the offside. He can't. Just picks out Morley, an extra cover, and there's no run. And 3 for 2.
Liz Truss announced as Prime Minister today. Have you got the bunting out at home? We've all voted Scott Reed for Prime Minister, to be honest. But
Bailey to Bean. It's kind of flicked out towards mid-on where Parkinson fields, and there's no run. 103 for 2. 37 overs gone. It was Luke Wells that was off the field for Morley. So Wells is no, it's Keaton Jennings, sorry. And Jennings coming back on. Which means Morley will leave the field. End of the over. 103 for 2.
You'll forever be able to say on the day that Liz Truss took the Premiership, you were in the com box with me. You'll never forget that, will you?
I will not, Jonathan. No. It'll live long in my memory.
So Will Williams is going to continue from the James Anderson end. Want me to step out now, or shall I do this over?
You do this over, mate. Come on.
Just a bit of chat between he and Dane Villas. Skipper. Lovely sunny conditions at the moment. Best part of the day is Cola Cadmore with that high sort of hacking backlift, isn't it? He lifts the bat. He's dropping it down a couple of times, but not fully as he punches it into the offside there. Almost looks like he's waiting for a tennis ball to arrive over the net, and he's going to smash one back on the forehand. The baseball to come towards him and try and clear it out of the park. Done that already. In this sport this afternoon, he's just using his feet to come down the pitch again. Eases that away, backward of square leg, and gets through for a single. Always got a strategy, TKC. Always having to think about what he's doing out there.
Have you spoke to him about his move to Somerset and kind of what, or not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What's he said?
Sick of the adverse comments on the commentary, and he needed to move on. Yeah, he just yeah, he just obviously got a good opportunity, good offer down there. Things hadn't gone his way, had he, in the earlier part of the season? Wasn't playing as much in red ball cricket. As Bean punches into the offside, and there is no run. I think he has one or two mates down there already as well. Always helps. Opened the batting, of course, for a while in red ball cricket. Not quite sure where they see him in the batting order down there. Bean gets one down the leg side and has a flick at it. Lavelle stepping across to do the taking. Still 104 for the loss of 2. That man TKC 16 off 26, and the man in shot at the moment for those watching, Finley Bean, 41 from 111 deliveries. He'll be hoping there's a long way to go in his first-class career, and this has been a useful, handy start. Waits again, at the tap of the bat, and he punches it into the extra cover region, takes on the field and gets through comfortably. 42 to his name. Williams with 1 left in his 11th. 3 maidens, 1 for 22 so far. Took the opening wicket, big wicket, that of Adam Lyth, caught by Josh Bohannon. Feels like a long time ago, that. Well over a couple of hours ago. Bohannon brought into field around the corner, short leg. Lyth clipping one onto the pad that presented a pretty comfortable catch for Bohannon. TKC on strike, walking down the track again to Williams and turning it to leg. End of the over. End of my stint, 105 for 2.
Cheers, Doiji. Yeah, pretty steady start to the evening session, isn't it, for Yorkshire? What's his partnership worth now? 29 between Bean and Corley Cadmore. No chances yet created. Also a couple of edges, didn't we, just before tea? Into LBW appeals as well. Corley Cadmore's been quite aggressive to Parkinson, who obviously got one to turn pretty sharply to Hill. So maybe kind of positive attack from Corley Cadmore. He's certainly effective because he's knocked Parkinson out of the attack. There's a couple of hit 1-6, didn't he, and a couple of 4s off Parkinson's bowling. He went for 21 off his 2 overs after tea. So forcing that bowling change. Bailey in, that's jabbed away into the offside where Croft fields at backward point, and there's no runs. That kind of attack or approach from Corley Cadmore worked. It's forced Lancashire to make that bowling change. I suspect Phoebe Graham's back alongside me. I suspect they would have quite fancied Parkinson bowling for quite a bit from this end after tea, having seen the wicket he got just before tea.
Yeah, definitely, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore definitely took on a different approach, didn't he, for the spinner, and I suppose played Lancashire at their own game and forced them to...
That's edged. It was bouncing in front of slip. It's actually a good stop by Jennings. Second slip.
Forced them to make the change to bring the seamers back on. We were just saying at the interval that it felt like Parkinson had just settled, bowled that excellent delivery to take Hill's wicket, and we thought we'd see Hartley on at the other end. So that was our predicament, but seamers continue and Bales continues with the attack.
We've not seen Hartley at all, have we? No, we haven't.
Not yet.
The 4 bowlers used: Bailey, Williams, Balderson and Parkinson. Bailey again. Bean, almost crab-like in the approach. He defends up to Williams at mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, Parkinson was getting a lot of spin and turn, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he does offer that extra bit of flight, and it's a slower pace. So I think as a mindset batter, Tom Kohler-Cadmore hadn't really changed his approach since playing 100-ball format and just taken on the spinner. Whereas every other batter that's come out to the crease has been much more patient.
Bailey to Bean. Oh, that's a terrific Yorker, fired in. And Bean goes on debut for a very good 42. You remember the day a long time. He's got an absolute beauty from Bailey. Real terrific Yorker, swung into the feet of Bean. And the umpire raises his left arm with his finger outstretched to tell us that Bean has gone LBW for 42, but take nothing away from Finlay Bean on debut for Yorkshire in this Roses match. 42 from 116 balls, but that's the 3rd wicket to fall. 105 for 3. It was a terrific delivery, Phoebe, from Tom.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Bales, and an unexpected Yorker, really. I think it took Bean off guard, the fact that he did bowl that Yorker at him. Haven't seen many of them throughout his spell, and you can see it just catches him off guard, but tails in last minute, and absolutely plum wicket there.
You admire that as a fellow fast bowler, liking that.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's stuck to very simple plans, had Bailey, throughout his spell, just hitting that hard length that he does and nibbling the ball in and away of the bat. So it was good to see just something different there. I think Bean had settled and played a very patient innings, but just something like that can really catch the batter off guard.
Well, he got 42, and it's a real gutsy innings. He played really well for his 42. It took a while to get his first run. I think it was 17 balls, I think, for his first run, and settled into it as the innings went on. 5 fours, batted for 116 deliveries for 42. But so his first-class career for Yorkshire is up and running.
Yeah, I think he'll be reasonably pleased with that as a young lad making his debut against probably one of the toughest challenging opposition that they'll face, Yorkshire, in terms of experienced seam attack with the new ball, as well as the heightened expectation of a Derby Day and the Battle of the Roses. So I think that's a great start and just shows how much patience he's got in this format, and some brilliant shots when he got off the mark there from 17 balls.
And Jonathan was going through Bailey's kind of record as well in first-class cricket, and success rate to left and right-handers and that type of thing. And he's a fine bowler, isn't he, Tom Bailey? So he's taking a good ball from a good bowler to get rid of him on debut.
Yeah, he's no novice, is he, Tom Bailey? He knows
No.
exactly what he's doing, and I think particularly with the new ball, always asks that nagging question, bowls that really hard length, and doesn't give any chance for the batters to really settle.
New batter is Will Frayne, and this first delivery from Bailey over the wicket to Frayne is left and through to Lavelle, and there's no run.
Which I think when we've seen Lancashire dominate the batters is when they haven't played a patient innings and waited for those 4-ball deliveries, those runs that they can get away off the bat.
105 for 3. So an opening just before tea and about 20 minutes or so after tea. It's down the leg side by Bailey. Take by George Lavelle. That's the over as well. It's a wicket maiden, that, for Tom Bailey. His first wicket of the match. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24 for him. So 105 for 3. Calder Cadmore on 16. Frayne has faced a couple of deliveries. Lancashire would be hoping that something kind of repeats itself what we saw yesterday, which was wickets tumbling, and Yorkshire found a bit of a groove and found a bowler that got into a bit of a groove in Hill, and it kind of swung momentum of that opening day back to Yorkshire. I should be hoping that something similar happens in the evening session here. So we've got 30 overs left to go today as well. A decent amount of cricket to be played.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, final session they'll be looking for those tumbling of wickets. Williams on here from the James Anderson end, and I think they'll just be wanting to bowl that threatening line to Tom Calder Cadmore now, unsettle him a little bit. 2 slips in place. That comes into Calder Cadmore, who defends out towards the mid wicket where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. And not enable him to have that freedom to play his expressive cricket, which is when he can be the most destructive as a batter. Has an exceptional strike rate in T20 cricket, 100-ball cricket. It's almost where he specialises around the world now. So I think it's the right decision from Lancs to just challenge him and hit him the stump line. Williams to Calder Cadmore, onto his toes, drops into the offside, no run. Because his approach to Parkinson was really attacking, wasn't it? He obviously, in the end, hit Parkinson out of the attack, but in a way, I suppose he benefited, as you touched on, from having a month of under cricket where you just stand there and smack it. I'll get rid of Parkinson here. I'm going to stand here and launch it back over his head. Definitely. It's the way he's probably got himself into innings, and so therefore facing spin in the middle phase of the game, he's like, yeah, I'll take this on because that's what I do best at the moment. Williams bounces his way in, balls again forward, was called Cadmore. The ball bobbles its way up towards Dame Villas at mid-off, and there's no run. He's so consistent as Williams, though, with his line and length, isn't he? He doesn't really give a lot away for the batters. Doesn't have a huge amount of swing today or nibble, but it's just that constant reminder that he's always there. Yeah, his accuracy and consistency of it has been a real feature since he joined the club. Just nudged towards the leg side by Calder Cadmore. Picked up at mid-on. I think Jonathan read out his stats from this year, but he had 24 wickets. That's an average of 18. It's only his 6th match, so it's a fantastic start to his county career. A few Lancs players that live on these short-lived contracts to prove their way before being granted a contract as well, isn't there? Williams again, got the Cadmore forward, defends, no run.
I suppose it's a bit of a carrot, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
There's a short-term deal, and then if it works out, happy days.
Definitely. Nothing lost by either party, and it actually probably sparks that fire in the players to push on.
It's clearly a sizable life change for him as well, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of easy when you think, oh, he's played for 2 games, and then it's a 3.5-year contract. It's as simple as that. As he bowls to call a Cadmore, it's defended, there's no run. But I mean, he's moved from the other side of the world. You know, he's changed his entire life, hasn't he, to commit to this? It's a bit flippant to say it's just it's a 2-game deal that went to 3.5 years. It's life changing, really, for him.
Definitely. I suppose the thing with a lot of the cricketers is they're so used to playing in different parts of the world, and he'll have a lot of mates in the UK from playing against England and playing a lot of domestic cricket over here. So although it will be a big move, he will have quite a few roots down here, I would have thought. But yeah, you just see what happens on the pitch and you forget what's happening behind closed doors and the upheaval that will be happening. So yeah, Lancashire's a very welcoming club though.
It's Bailey over the wicket, another full ball and off stump, which Frayne punches to mid-on. And Parkinson's on his hands and knees. He stopped the ball, Parkinson. In his own way. 105 for 3.
I think they know here if they dot these batters up, they don't hold the same patience as the top order, particularly Frayne and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. They like to go at bowlers, and actually for bowlers to hold these stump lines at the moment is really important, because I think it'll create that opportunity that higher up in the order you wouldn't see with a Hill or a Bean. But they're just sort of starting to get in the rear. You can hear the ripple from the slip cord, and they've just put a short mid-wicket in right in the face of Frayne.
Bailey bowls again at the full ball, going for that Yorker. Chipped away to the onside. They reckon that it's gone on the full to Hartley to take the catch. I'm not so sure that's massively convincing.
A little smoke there from Hartley. He knows exactly that there's no. But I think he can just have a little chirp there to Frayne. I think there'll be a similar sort of age, will Tom Hartley and Will Frayne. Maybe a few years between the two of them.
105 for 3. Bailey over the wicket, balls again. Flashed away down towards deep backward square leg. Bailey turns on his heels and already walking back to his mark. He'd be frustrated with that. He's given Frayne a bit of a get out there. He's got a couple of runs. Score moves on to 107 for 3. We're halfway through the 41st over of this Yorkshire first innings. 107 for 3 Yorkshire in their first innings, with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on 16 and Will Frayne on 2. Lancashire picking up a wicket either side of T. The latest being Finlay Bean on his debut LBW to Tom Bailey for 42. Earlier, Lancashire made 276 in their first innings. In reply, Yorkshire 108 for 3. And the single just flicked away by Frayne. Gets Kohler-Cadmore on strike.
And they keep the short mid-wicket with Tom Hartley in here, very, very straight. So I think they are looking for that little chip.
Yeah, it's always a peculiar looking position, that, isn't it? Because actually, just as we're about to delve deeper into the fielding position of Tom Hartley, he's moved to slightly more conventional kind of mid-wicket, short mid-wicket position. Bailey to Kohler-Cadmore. Played to mid-off and there's no run. 108 for 3. But when you have that position, short in, straight on the leg side, I suppose you're bringing in potentially LBW into play as well, aren't you? Because you, as a batter, you're conscious of him being on that leg side. What's the kind of the thought process of that fielder being in that position, do you reckon?
I think so, and I think with the bounce that Bales gets off the pitch with the hard length.
Forward is Kohler-Cadmore up to mid-on this time, no run. End of the over that as well, sorry, PV, 108 for 3.
And you look at the way that Lyth got out earlier, it was almost playing round the ball and it popping up into short, where was that? Short square leggish sort of position.
Yeah.
Whereas they're coming at it quite strong to Tom Bailey. So I think it's just that with the extra bounce and how it pops, whether it can create something in front of the bat.
108 for 3.
Whereas I doubt they'd have that for Williams, who's a lot more skiddy, and it skids on. Probably more likely to get caught in at short mid-wicket, short square.
Yeah, they've got a shortish square leg with a short mid-wicket. Couple of slips, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, backward point, fine leg. Williams into a usual typical miserly spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden for 6 runs. Again, Frame plays forward in defence. Bounces back along the pitch and gathered by Williams off his own bowling. And there is no run. Well, the change has worked, hasn't it? Because Bailey's been reintroduced. He's obviously got the wicket, but he's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Williams has bowled 5 overs for 6 runs, so they've got control again, haven't they? It feels like quite an intense little passage of play, and runs perhaps hard to come by now. It's worked out to the leg side by Frayne, just off his hip almost, up towards mid-on for no run.
Definitely. I think Lancashire feel back on top now, and since converting back to this real slick seam attack, offering nothing really apart from every ball hitting the stumps. It's really, really sapped up any runs available, and I think that pressure will fall onto Yorkshire any moment.
Frayne waits. That's too far wide of off stump to tempt Frayne into playing a shot. Sneaks through into the gloves of George Lavelle, and there is no run. Oh, Tom Hartley doing a few stretches.
Hoping that he gets the call up soon. He's ready to bowl.
He's limbering up at backward square leg. He's laying on his belly doing a few twists of the hip. Oh, he's left that and he's been bowled as Frayne. Not offered a shot, and the ball just flicks the top of the off stump. The ball almost kissing the bails, really. Barely see the stumps move, but the bails have been dislodged. Williams over the wicket, left by Frayne, and it just kisses the top of off stump. Bails are flicked off. Frayne has to go, and Yorkshire lose their 4th wicket, 108 for 4.
It's an excellent delivery from Williams. Frayne just completely doesn't play a shot at all, but the ball has swung in from a length. And an excellent delivery, just top of off stump. I don't know if Frayne was expecting a little bit more bounce from the ball there, but it felt like one that you just can't leave.
He did.
But he did, yeah. Almost watched it onto his stump when you watch that on repeat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good shout. If you watch him back here on the replay.
He's hoping that it does have that extra bit of bounce because he's left it.
I mean,
and yeah, it's a shame for Will Frayne there, but that's the pressure that both Williams and Bales have created just through hitting really simple or executing really simple plans of hitting the stumps ball after ball.
Bales just popped off, didn't they? They landed what, maybe a couple of inches just away from the stumps. The stumps were almost entirely unmoved. I mean, he's been bowled, so you kind of think, you look on the scorecard, oh, Will Frayne bowled by Will Williams, you're thinking stumps everywhere, Bales all over the place, you're thinking kind of absolute carnage. It just
tickled.
It was a tickle, wasn't it?
A little tickle.
It was a tickle onto the stumps. Popped off at the Bales.
Captain Tattersill joins us at the crease. An uncapped Yorkshire player as Yorkshire captain.
Oh.
Because the roses on the helmet are fully bloomed if they're a properly capped Yorkshire player. So you'll notice that Frayne had a bud closed,
Yeah.
a white bud close. I think TKC's bud's open, and so you get capped if by Yorkshire for doing things that are memorable.
Or in defence, his first delivery receives and there's no run.
Someone was telling me about it, but there's no like rule book.
Okay.
So you could play X amount of games. You could make a huge impact in a county championship season. So Harry Brook got capped last year at Scarborough in I think the final 4-day test. Thompson was earlier this year. But you'll notice now in the Yorkshire players in 4-day cricket, their buds are either closed or opened, and opened is when they're capped and almost like out-and-out Yorkshire players.
Just steered away to backward point by Tattersall. There's no run. We'll have to wait till Jonathan comes back on commentary. But whether or not it's the end of the over too, it's a wicket maiden before we press on. It's a really good over from Will Williams. It's a wicket maiden for him, 108 for 4. But I wonder how many times there's been a Yorkshire captain who's not been capped.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
No, I don't.
But it takes a lot for the players to be capped. You can't just be capped for playing. You have to put back-to-back consistent performances in. So Thompson's obviously had 3 or 4 really good years with the club, come through the academy system, and it's only this year that he's been capped as a Yorkshire player. I think Kane Williamson is one of the only overseas that was capped as a Yorkshire player that came back and played 4 or 5 back-to-back seasons. So there's different nuances.
Bailey bowling to Caller Cadmore, drives it down the ground. Parkinson comes cartwheeling away to his left-hand side to stop the ball, and there's no run.
As to when the capped, so there you go, a little interesting fact.
No, I like that. Yeah, big fan of that.
You'll notice it so much now when you play against Yorkshire. Because before I didn't even notice it, and now I see
you can't
it.
Stop seeing it, yeah.
Because even in the playing caps, some are budded and some are open, as well as the helmets.
Bailey from the Statham end over the wicket, and balls to Caller Cadmore. That's flicked down towards Balderson at fine leg for a single. Moves on to 17 now, so it's 109 for 4. And it brings the Yorkshire uncapped captain. Quite tricky to say that, isn't it? On strike, Johnny Tattersall. So you've got a couple of slips behind him. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, the 2 slip fielders. Croft at point. It's like he's rehearsing a tennis serve, which is quite appropriate because the tennis is on the way in 20 minutes. That's worked down towards the gully region where Jennings fields, and there's no run for Sports Extra listeners. That US Open tennis on the way from 5 o'clock on 5 Sports Extra. Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, continuing coverage of this Roses fixture. So yeah, Croft's at point, and then Bohannon's at cover. Velas at mid-off, Parkinson mid-on, Hartley mid-wicket. Bailey running in, the bowler. A little bat on that to send it down towards fine leg. It's a good stop by Balderson. The Lancashire supporters in front of the pavilion appreciated a good piece of fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, he's covered a lot of ground out there, hasn't he? And testament to him for sprinting at it. I think at 4-day cricket sometimes the fielders can get a little bit lazy, so it's good to see the energy out there still. In the Lancs camp, they'll be looking and searching for that 5th wicket.
Yeah, 2 to go since tea. Got 26 overs left today. I mean, weather and light permitting, we actually played for quite a bit under floodlights yesterday, so that can be an option. Tattersall off the back foot guides the ball away to third man. Croft is chasing after it. Quite slow, the outfield there. Croft comfortably catching up with it.
Yeah, it's really slow, isn't it? I mean, we've had a lot of rain.
Yeah.
So it's big outfield always here at Emirates Old Trafford.
How did you find that during, I mean, the 100 matches I was here for, it actually felt quite slow, the outfield then, for 100 games. I don't know whether obviously you were out there playing, so you know better than me, but
I don't know. I know for Invincibles posted 160 100 balls. It felt pretty quick out there, Scott.
Fair enough, yeah, fair enough. Bailey balls again. Tattersall looks to drive to mid-off. The ball squirts up to mid-on where Parkinson fields, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Over number 43 of the Yorkshire first innings. 113 for 4. Caller Cavmore 17. Tattersall on 4. We might be seeing a bit of Tom Hartley. Will Williams actually going to continue?
It continues with Williams.
There's a 12th man just about to run on with some pads and a helmet down below us. I thought, well, maybe. And that when Hartley's twirling away, isn't he? I think he quite fancies a ball, but he's got to wait.
Just got to keep warming up some, you know?
Just keep going, keep twirling the arms around.
I had another blunder moment with Tom Hartley.
Oh, no.
We often went to the Emirates Hilton bar after the game, and it was quite nice because it felt quite like old school cricket club where like the first and second team all meet back at the bar and have a drink after the game.
There's Williams running in to continue his spell. It's defended to mid-wicket, there's no run.
And Kate Cross is friends with quite a lot of the Manchester Originals through playing there last year and through the Lancashire connection for years and years. So it was a really nice club feel with the Manchester Originals. And I was just chatting away to Tom Hartley, and I just asked him which county he was from. And he literally looked at me and said, "You've commentated on me all year, Phoebe." It was awful.
Dear me. Williams to call a Cavmore. That's pushed away into the offside, no run. Which county are you from?
Yeah, awful.
Never mind.
Anyway, these things happen, don't they? I think it just hadn't quite all clicked.
No.
Meeting a lot of different people.
A lot of new faces, yeah.
And I was just going straight in with polite small talk.
How's your season been for whoever you play for?
I've only commentated on every Vitality T20 blast. Tom Hartley, I apologise.
Williams to call a Cavmore. Uses his feet coming down the pitch. Ball deflects away into the offside. There's no run.
That was a great delivery there from Williams. He saw Tom Kohler-Cadmore come down the pitch, and that's TKC's frustration build up there in the fact that he's had to face, I think, maybe 17 dot balls in a row since he destroyed Parkinson's over. But Kane Williamson's just pulled that back shot and almost got him caught up going for the big drive over mid-off, I'd say.
113 for 4. Here's Williams over the wicket and balls. Defended by Kohler-Cadmore. To mid-off, and there's no run. Ball's coming back in towards the Yorkshire batter. Steers it to Villas. 113 for 4. Kohler-Cadmore 17 from 41 deliveries. Succession of dot balls. Has he not scored since Parkinson came out of the attack?
Don't think so.
Williams to Frayne again, shuffling down the pitch, trying to get a run here. Just nudged up towards mid-on. There is no run. Going all the way back to the. There we go. Kohler-Cadmore. At the end of Parkinson's last over, well, yeah, I mean, he's barely scored. Yeah, he had 15, so he scored 2 runs since the end of the 35th over.
It just feels like something's going to happen here, doesn't it? Something will happen in the next couple of balls.
Final ball of the over. It's driven by Kohler-Cadmore along the ground up towards Villas at mid-off. And there's no run. I think we're going to see Tom Hartley. We are. So Bailey is being replaced. 4 over spell, 4 overs, 1 for 10 for Tom Bailey. And for the first time in the match, it will be the left arm spin of Tom Hartley, playing his first championship match. Well, certainly this year. I think he featured in a game or 2 last year. Certainly played at least one match last year, but this is his first championship match of the season for Tom Hartley. So gets his first ball in red ball cricket. And his last appearance in the first class game was against Kent in July last year, so it's over 12 months since we've seen Hartley bowl in championship cricket. He has a red ball in his hand, having had a month or so of the white ball. 113 for 4. A ripple of applause around the ground as Hartley's name is introduced to the spectators. So he's from the Brian Statham end. He's got the pavilion in front of him. The gentlish breeze just about going into his kind of right-hand side. It's not certainly behind him. He's got a leg slip and a slip in place. There's a deep extra cover and a deep backward square leg. Backward point, cover, mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off. So Hartley's left arm spin for the first time in the match. Going right back into the crease. There's Tattersall, that's worked out towards backward point and there's no run. Tattersall on 4. Look to try and get this pressure ease now with the introduction of spin. Works his delivery off his pads away to the leg side for a single. He moves on to 5. So it's 114 for 4.
Feels like there's something in it here for Hartley, doesn't it? I think there's got a little bit of turn. Be interesting to see how Tom Kohler-Cadmore approaches Hartley. A little bit quicker with his left arm spin than Parkinson. But they've already put a long on back and cover out to just take away those 2 boundary options for him.
Hartley to Kohler-Cadmore. First delivery, let's go. Just watching it through to the keeper. And there is no run. Short leg and a slip. Comes off the edge of the bat. He's not got out too hard. He's edged it down into the ground and to the right of first slip. Kohler-Cadmore gets a single. Wells at first slip picks himself up.
Yeah, I think that little bit quicker spin there is just offering a slight bit more, just ever so slight movement, which could do the outside edge here.
Tattersall back on strikes. 4 deliveries gone for Hartley's opening spell. A little bit more flight this time. Clips the ball to the leg side. Villas, the Lancashire captain, is at mid-wicket and there's no run. Oh, but he wasn't a captain in the one-day cup, Dame Villas. So Hartley's into Tattersall. Oh, that hits the pad. And he's up and about, hopping about, pleading for the LBW. And not out is the outcome from the umpire, but encouraging first over from Tom Hartley. Just 2 runs off it. Got the LBW shout in there as well. And he becomes the 5th bowler used by Lancashire in this Yorkshire innings. 115 for 4 now. 45 overs gone of the Yorkshire reply to that 276 that Lancashire made. Encouraging from Hartley.
Yeah, brilliant first over there from Hartley. Looked very, very threatening. 1 big LBW shout. Edge from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Just dropped short of first slip. So I think he'll be pleased with that over. And I think it just shows there is something in it for the spinners, despite Tom Kohler-Cadmore taking Parkinson on earlier and destroying his figures and overs. I think there's something in it here for spin.
Yeah, it certainly seems encouraging, that, doesn't it? Actually, it's a double change, so it's going to be George Balderson replacing Will Williams. And both these bowlers coming into the attack on the back of a terrific kind of spell, that wasn't it, from Williams and Bailey. Use of the feet this time by Kohler-Cadmore. He's still scratching around looking for his... Well, he's now scored 3 runs since the 35th over. Again, using his feet to come down the pitch. Can't get it past mid-wicket. And there's no run, 115 for 4.
The bowlers can just sense his frustration and they're just trying to keep it really, really simple. It's quite entertaining.
In comes Balderson again. That's angled in towards Caller Cadmore, and it squirts up to mid-on where Williams fields, and there's no run. Yeah, there's a visible kind of sense, isn't there, of wanting to try and counter-attack, isn't there, really?
Blast out of the park,
yeah,
I think.
basically, yeah, yeah. And smack it back over that pavilion.
Yeah.
Shuffling in is Balderson. Again, down the pitch comes Caller Cadmore. The ball deflects behind square. Hartley fields, no run. It's a really good passage of play, this, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They're just attacking at one end with the seam, and then Tom Hartley's come on and looked deadly from the other end. They're not letting up on any front for these two to score any runs, really. I think that Williams is just having a little chat with Balderson in terms of taking that Keaton out of slips and putting him in at a short.
Yeah, short square leg.
Yeah, short square leg.
In comes Balderson again. Forward goes Caller Cadmore. Just can't seem to find a release here, can he? Just defends it back down the pitch. Lancashire will be trying to make this as awkward as they can for Caller Cadmore. Scored 3 runs in 10 overs.
After scoring 15 in 3 balls, probably.
Yes, yeah. Let's work towards mid-on. He'll get through for 1, pick up and shy at the stumps. He does get his single, which he has been visibly keen to get for a while. Does get 1. Moves to 19. 116 for 4. Brings Tattersall back on strike. 1 ball left of the 46th over.
I'd quite like to hear the chat that's happening on the pitch. I think someone said, have you got somewhere you need to get to, mate? along those lines.
Balderson to Tattersall off the back foot and just drops it into the offside. Morley fields an extra cover. And there's no run. End of the over, just 1 off. It's a really good period of the game, this. Yorkshire working hard. They've got 4 wickets down. They've got 2 batters in with their captain alongside Caller Cadmore. Loads of time to go today. Deficit's not massive, 160 behind with 6 wickets left. They bowled beautifully to get themselves back in the match and don't want to let a solidish start with the bat kind of flutter away in this final session. It should be set for a really good 23 overs on day 2.
Definitely, and I think the passage of play right now is very different to the partnership that was created before. Tom Caller Cadmore's 19 off 50 balls, but they're 50 very impatient balls. They're not 50 balls that he looks in control and happy to be there. He's still very eager to score, which is exciting because we can feel an opportunity or something coming. It's going to go 1 or 2 ways.
Hartley around the wicket balls, and that's dropped into the offside by Caller Cadmore. Morley's at backward point to field, and there's no run. 16 for 4. So still a short leg and a slip in place. We've got Hartley in, and forward goes Caller Cadmore. Again, there's no run. Fair play to Hartley and indeed to Balderson early on, I know, but pressure was built by Williams and Bailey and they've not let it off just yet. It's worked all along the ground by Caller Cadmore for a single. And takes the score into 117 for 4. Brings Tattersall on strike. It feels a little more cloudy at the minute. The city centre looks quite bright over there, but the sun's disappeared for the time being. He goes back and just nudges the ball away off the pads down to fine leg. Johnny Tattersall comes back for 2. Moves on to 7. It's 119 for 4. Hartley polishing the ball on the bottom of his shirt. Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. Comes left arm round, play back towards Hartley, and again there's no run. 3 off the over so far. And the final ball coming down now by Hartley. And just as I said about the light there, the floodlights are flickering on. I'm not surprised. It just feels a little gloomier now. Off the back foot by Tattersall, chopped away through deep point for a single. Parkinson fields. Gets a run. Tattersall, end of the over. 47 gone. It's 120 for 4. Tattersall on 8. Collar Cadmore on 20. You can just see the floodlights flickering on now. And it's adding to the sense of theatre, Phoebe.
It is indeed, and there's still 22 overs left in the day, and these 4-day county championship games have moved to their 10:30 starts due to us losing light earlier in the days now. So score here is 120 for 4 off 47 overs. It's Tom Kohler-Cadmore at the crease. 20 runs scored off 53 balls, and Johnny Tattersall 8 off 14. They're sticking with Balderson, who's running into the crease, and Tattersall defends it. And I am now joined with Jonathan Doige.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's back.
He's back. Edison near you now. Yeah, George Balderson bowling to Tattersall, pushing out to the offside. And no run. A lot of work to do here for the Yorkshire skipper, along with TKC. Just listening to what you've been saying about Tom. There's always that feel with Tom that he wants to keep things ticking, really. That's probably the way I'd describe it. Doesn't want to feel like anybody's kind of dominating him and, you know, keeping them in their pocket. He wants to keep asking questions back of the bowlers if he can. Tattersall pushing into the leg side, no run. So you notice he walks. He doesn't always walk into his shots in quite the same exaggerated manner as sometimes he does, which is just him trying to change things a bit. I'll talk to you about that after a knock if you ask him about it.
Yeah, he's always an exciting batter to watch because he likes to play his shots, likes to hit the ball hard, and is very explosive, which is, I guess, how it transpires onto the pitch. But I think it shows that there's always an opportunity then for the bowlers as well.
Meanwhile, Tattersall pushing back a dot ball. Measured sort of a player. Soft hands, touch player. Big score at Scarborough not so long ago. His highest first-class score by some distance. Stands and waits and flicks this one to leg. It's in the air for 10 yards or so. Drops well short of the field, but they have got a man in at mid-wicket who you'd say is there rather than in a one-saving ground-fielding position, more of a catching position.
They had a short mid-wicket very straight in for Tom Bailey for when he bowls that really hard length and batters almost get under it, but they haven't got the same field here for Balderson.
Who's coming in again. Tattersall this time in control of it as he diverts it to Morley at mid-wicket. End of the over, 48 now complete. 120 for 4. Hard work at the moment with the bat. It's never looked easy out there, has it? The first couple, well, obviously Adam Lyth went early, but the second pair, George Hill, Finlay Bean, talked about their patience, batted 20-odd overs to add 60-odd runs. And it just feels like, even though everyone's saying it's a good pitch, you've still got to play with care and attention.
Definitely. Something I was chatting to Scott about was how Yorkshire players get capped. Have you got any more insight into that?
Well, good delivery here from Hartley, which has the beating of Kohler, Cadmore and everything else pretty much, because George Lavelle couldn't take it cleanly either. Rolls back off his pads.
Tell you what, there's something in it for Hartley today. It's turning off the pitch, and that was an absolutely phenomenal delivery. Almost shocked that it didn't take the stumps with it.
I think Alex Wharf's calling something or somebody on. Alex Wharf, the umpire, standing at this Brian Stadium end, and nothing has happened in that respect. So Hartley continues round the wicket, and Coley Cadmore chops that away. Performances, really. If there's any hard and fast rule on it, it's rules, but performances over time. Turning your stripes. Hartley in, pushed back once again by TKC.
I was saying that as Tattersill is an uncapped captain, which is very uncommon really at Yorkshire for an uncapped player to step into that captaincy role.
Yep, Hartley in again. It's more blocked by TKC. Yeah, we had an email in yesterday saying that I think Neil Hartley was the last player to do that in the 80s.
Ah, no Neil Hartley.
Yep.
His son Jack plays at Bradford and Bingley.
On the dot ball. So a long time between drinks for the uncapped captains. Jonathan Tattersall, of course, his second spell with the county. So that career from debut to now kind of protracted as Coley Cadmore pushes that into the offside to complete a good over by Hartley, in which he might have taken Tom Coley Cadmore's wicket. He has 3 overs, 1 maidens, none for 6 to his name, and Yorkshire remain 120 for 4. So yeah, if it's just weight of performances. If you look at the players when they are capped, you'd be able to read it, if you like, from their figures at point of being capped. There probably will be somebody somewhere who has those career records at the point at which players have been capped.
Yeah.
I know the names are, as you'll have seen yourself, they're all on the board there in the room at Headingley, aren't they? With the years in which they received them. Sometimes a clump of 2, 3, maybe 4, and then a gap of a year, a few years.
Big county championship wins in those years. I know a lot of players got capped around that era as well. So it was.
Tattersall is trying to flick one to leg as Lavelle dives away to his left, just starting to get a little bit gloomier with those lights on. Bit of blue sky overhead and away to the right, but it's moving in from our left-hand side as we look at the field. Got that man back in just off the cut strip. At short mid-on, really, catching position as Tattersall deflects this one away backward of point. Stephen Croft makes a little bit of a meal of the fielding of it, and Luke Wells gets involved as well. Dot ball. Tattersall 8 to his name from 22. Still a long way to go yet in the day's play as far as the overs that should be bowled. 76 was set for the day following that rain this morning. Still 19 and more to come officially as Tattersall laid his bat on that one down to third man for a single.
Yeah, the ball's just not running away at the moment, is it? That barely made it halfway between the wicket stripped all the way to the boundary. It's a really, really slow outfield here at Emirates, so Old Trafford.
Yeah, that rain this morning didn't look the quickest yesterday when conditions were good, did it either?
Now, to be honest, I'm surprised how fair and well the day's turned out this morning at 10 o'clock. I think we'd have been chuffed to see 50 overs worth of play out here today.
Very much so. Coley Cadmore dropping into the leg side this time. No run. The other aspect, I guess, is that I'm not sure what the dimensions are here, but it always feels like one of the bigger fields, the bigger playing areas.
I think the width of Old Trafford, particularly when they're playing T20 cricket, that's when you see more 2s and 3 run than any other ground.
Coley Cadmore flicking firmly to leg this time along the deck. Good piece of fielding there to deny him what probably would have been 4, slow outfield or not. But yeah, I think just the fact that he's got to travel that bit further, those few yards extra, and it is slow. We've seen 1 or 2 hauled in a couple of metres before the rope, and that all run 4, of course, earlier today. Adam Lythe with that one. Here he comes again. Balderson, I should say, and pushed back by Coda Cadmore to the bowler to complete that over. Balderson 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 23. 50 overs complete in this Yorkshire first innings, and with Coda Cadmore on 20 and Tattersall on 9, they're 121 for the loss of 4. Phoebe taking a breather, and Kevin Howell's back alongside.
Yes, do you know, because I don't want to forget to mention this, for I imagine more Yorkshire viewers and listeners than Lancashire one, but we a few weeks ago lost a dear colleague of ours, Stan Dawson, worked for the BBC, and today was his funeral at lunchtime today. He was a character. He was a lovely man, and condolences and sympathies. This ball is delivered here, pushed out into. Stan wouldn't want me to miss the ball. As that one is worked out onto the onside, there'll be no run. And Stan was so passionate about all sorts of sport, especially cricket. This next ball is worked away behind square on the onside, a single to the total. And one of the great things that Stan did was his dedication. And I know Lancashire and Yorkshire supporters of cricket will know about the local radio programs that used to run, 70s into the 80s, where they'd go around local league clubs. As this next ball from Hartley is bowled and pushed into the offside, and they would put their, whatever it was, 5p or 10p pieces into the phone, the box in the clubhouse, and report back scores. And it would start 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. Sometimes it's going until 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. With these scores. This next ball again is bowled and goes back into the offside. And Stan was I think he concentrated on the Leeds League. Would that be right? Yeah. But anyway, and it's such a sad passing a couple of weeks ago. And today was the funeral for Stan. So for all the friends and family of Stan, we pass on our condolences. But what memories he's left us.
Yeah, definitely echo that. Stan around the Leeds League and also Rugby League as well. He would cover
all
Rugby League
sports,
matches.
Yeah.
But the sort of radio
ice
leads
hockey. Ice hockey was mad. He'd be up all night watching and listening to ice hockey from around the world, wouldn't he? Anyway, back here with Hartley, bowling to Cola Cadmore. And that's into the offside for no run. It remains 122 for 4. At the end of that over.
And mentioning Stan and those local cricket reporters and that local cricket programme, 3 lost this year who were involved in that, because Harry Gratian.
Yes, he did.
Just recently, Harry, the first time I remember hearing Harry broadcast was on that local cricket programme. He used to tie it together, probably late 1970s, something like that, before he went off to television. And also, of course, sadly as well, earlier this year, Malcolm Scott, who was on that as well. Yeah. Bradford City director, Malcolm.
Yes, he definitely was. And the thing about all of this is you need to remind ourselves at times, and certainly any younger listeners, that was the only way you found out what was going on around the different leagues and what was going on in the different grounds and matches.
Here's Balderson bowling to Tattersall, who's driving into the leg side. Josh Bohannon taking one on the head. I'm not sure if it bounced up off Tom Coda Cadmore or just off the deck awkwardly, but he's okay. Yeah, it was a great source of information, and all those local league players they'd be out there playing, but the first thing they'd be doing is asking the scores from elsewhere. Did you catch what was on? And some clubs would have it on the transistor radio in the clubhouse afterwards, just to listen to that last hour roundup. As Tattersall punches back to Balderson once again. There's no run.
And it'd be wrong of me also not to mention the fact, of course, he put an awful lot of work in, as many do, to hospital radio as well, and broadcasting, which was very important to many people. But one of the best bits of the that cricket programme was when the money ran out on the phone. And they were going through the scores, and all of a sudden you go beep 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 beep. Oh, there's more change to put in. So they get more money.
Well, again, Tattersall finds a gap this time between Bohannon and Williams through the leg side. They're both giving chase. Bohannon will win the race, and Tattersall will get back for 2. So those of you wondering about the conclusion of today's play, 17 overs and 3 balls remain. That will be the close, or 6 p.m, whichever is the later when it's going to be the 17 overs, provided the light holds good and there's no further rain. Balderson shuffling in again down the leg side. There's a appeal for a little leg side strangle, but not out, says umpire Russell Warren. 124 for 4. So getting on for half of the Lancashire total, but 4 men back in the changing room. Lyth for 13, Hill 32, Bean 42. Yorkshire's top scorer to date on his debut. And Will Frame, most recent man to go, bowled by Williams for 3.
You know, Lancashire supporters especially interested in what Hampshire are getting up to at the top of the second in the table in the title race. Well, they've actually got a wicket now. Northampton 69 for 1, so it's taken a little while for Carl Abbott to get that breakthrough, but he's trapped Will Young. LBW, don't even think of a Will Young pun again, Luigi. But he's gone. LBW, he's out. So a breakthrough at 69 for 1. They declared it exactly 400.
Tattersall flicking one down to long leg and through for a single. Tried all those several times this season, so
don't do it.
No, maybe not. Tom Calder-Cowan, a bit of a bat twiddle. I wonder now if Yorkshire would be happy to walk off sooner rather than later. You would have thought here. Not ideal batting conditions.
Oh, it's got really quite quickly. It's got dark, isn't it?
Yeah, Balderson in. Calder-Cowan gets a bit of width to work with here, short of length as well, and he's flat batted that away through the covers. There's evidence again of the slow outfield. It labours its way and just bobbles over the rope, but it still counts as 4, and he's on to 24 from 67. 129 for 4 at the end of the 52nd, but you can imagine now out there the two batters, a few squints after they've watched a ball go by. Quite sure I'll pick that up, umpire. Yeah, a little bit on the dark side.
They've had a meeting, the two umpires out there, a bit of a chat, but I think we're going to carry on here. However, you know, we talk of the telltale signs, that's right. And I think umpire Worf might be having another word. No, he isn't, he's just throwing something but to his colleague Russell Warren, because you can I thought it was, if you could see the four shadows off the players out there, that was the time when natural light had been completely or too much replaced. But it is spin, maybe that's a factor. Perhaps it should or it shouldn't be, but anyway, we're carrying on. But you certainly very clearly can see the shadows cast off the players out there at the moment. But Hartley is in mean mood. He's bowled 4 overs, he's gone for just 7 runs, getting the ball to turn. There's one maiden in there as well, so that one is punched but for no run, square on the offside. And it is Tattersall, who is currently sitting on 13.
The 4 shadows.
Yes.
Sounds like a pop group, one of your.
Don't you say it from my ear, you cheeky so-and-so. Hartley in, because it's not. Worked away on the onside. There'll be no run. Just if I can fully appreciate the work of those from the 50s, 60s, and the 70s, that doesn't mean I was actually there at the time. Okay. Hartley past the umpire, and again solid defence, looking to get that ball to turn. So gets down to it, Tattersall, to negate any danger there. So Northampton 70 for 1 after Hampshire declared 400 for 9. Kent 70 for 4. They could be in a battle to avoid the drop after Essex made 573. Leans back. That one sits up quite nicely to be struck there into the offside. Tattersall for 1 is on to 14. 130 for 4 now in reply to 276. Somerset 6 down, 163 for 6. Still trailed by 180 runs. Gloucestershire, most people thinking they're goners at the bottom of the table. Maybe they're going to make a bit of a fight back in the game, and in terms of their survival, it's going to be requiring a lot of hard work there for them to do that. But that one's pushed into the onside for no run. Rain delay in Cardiff. Glamorgan 79 for 1 after Worcestershire declared 454 for 9. Forward again to the offside, no run. Nottinghamshire have declared second innings, not even at the end of the second day, declared second innings, 390 for 7, which means they lead Leicestershire by 498 runs. And Durham 188 for 4 in Derby against Derbyshire, after Derbyshire made 306. So we're getting into the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and only those. Oh, I think the players are coming off. The talking of the time of year and the fact that I'm afraid the light now has deteriorated so much as we are into this month of September, where decisions are made. You don't want weather to have a big impact, Jonathan, whether it be bad light or whether it be rain, unless you're, it really does help your own personal team out a great deal, I guess. But the umpire's now going to take a reading, and the players come off with Yorkshire at 130 for 4, trailed by 146, 1 run coming from that last over. We're supposed to still have 16 overs left today. We didn't start until 5 to 1. At that stage, 76 overs we bowled in the day, but Kola Cadner on 24, Tattersall on 14, and the players make their way off, low fives around the Lancashire fielders. But as we see there, the light meter, we can't see what the number is on top, and it's got really good eyes. But as you say, from a Yorkshire point of view, they may not be too disappointed about coming off with conditions a little bit tricky out there.
Yeah, I can't imagine that there's any disappointment at this moment in time from Tattersall and TKC. They'd rather keep those wickets intact and hope for better conditions when they go back out there. You would have thought the covers, as you can hear,
and you can see if you're watching on the stream as well, they've fired them up with the cylinders. Let's go with this.
Yeah, there is, I suppose, a threat of rain. It's relatively low cloud. I don't think there is any actual rain at this moment in time, but yeah, it does feel pretty gloomy. Those floodlight shadows are definitely taking effect. The 4 shadows. I can imagine you being a jock introducing them. 4 shadows.
Those that can still hear us over the Hopper Cup there. Notice Alex Wolf making a note of it, the numbers, because those are the numbers of which they now judge. At least for spinners. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I think they do actually know for what whoever was bowling at the time just finished an over a spin. Anyway, all the numbers being noted down there. The umpires generally don't leave the field if it's bad light, but I have to say that if they don't move, they're going to find themselves actually run over by the hopper cover.
It's a big unit, this thing, isn't it? It's a big unit. It doesn't look that big when everything else is out there laid out surrounding it, but fair old size.
Yep. Well, I don't think we... Oh, and there we go. Just powered down for a moment. I don't think there's much more to add at the moment. I've had it on good authority from the boss. He's very happy for us to say cheerio for now. We'll be back should there be any more cricket. You're second in charge here, so do you concur with your management? Scott, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah, I concur.
You concur, okay.
Cheerio for now.
So it is bad light. If we do get any more play, of course, we will be back just as soon as we possibly can.
yeah, play abandoned for the day here at Emirates Old Trafford. I'm saying that with a degree of hesitation because the ground staff are still out, but we've been told that that's it. Play abandoned for the day, but the ground staff still just out by the edge of the covers. There is an horrific looking cloud drifting across the ground. Looks like something from Armageddon. So the light is grim. It looks like it's about to absolutely hose it down. And we're being told that play has been abandoned for the day on day 2, albeit the ground staff are still out there, which is confusing me a bit. But anyway, but it doesn't take much to confuse me. So that's it. Umpires have called it. Yorkshire closed the day on 130 for 4. And it does look like it's about to absolutely belt it down at any minute. So 130 for 4. There we go. Look at that cloud there. That looks a bit nasty, doesn't it? Looks a bit nasty. It looks even worse from inside here. It's like kind of end of the world stuff. So it looks like something nasty's on its way, and yeah, conditions not ideal. The ground staff are still out there, but we are being told that play has been abandoned for the day, and Yorkshire will resume tomorrow morning on 130 for 4.